everyone, welcome back. You guys are here for another reading with the Empress of Fortune, and today we're going to be asking, why did you meet them? What is the reason and the purpose that this person came into your life? What are you supposed to learn from meeting them? What part of you, of your psyche, of your subconscious do they touch? And what are you supposed to learn from meeting them? So those are all the things we're going to be going over today. I have 5 piles here for you guys to choose from. Sorry if you can hear my dog in the background. He is playing with one of his favorite toys. This pile 1 is going to be the Tarot of the Spirit. Pile 2, we have the Darkwood Tarot. Pile 3 is the Hoodoo Tarot. Pile 4 is the Modern Spellcasters Tarot. And pile 5, we have the Deviant Moon Tarot. So take your time, pick intuitively which pile is going to be best for you. And of course, if you have more than one person that you're asking about, then you may also choose more than one pile. I am so excited to do this reading for you guys. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe to my channel. And I will see you at your pile, which is going to be listed in the timestamps down below. And I'm also going to link all the decks that I used today in the description box as well. See you soon. Hi there, pile 1. If you chose the Tarot of the Spirit, then this is going to be your reading. As always, I'm going to get you guys some identifiers just so that you can be absolutely certain that this is your pile. Of course, every time you choose a pile, you are exercising your intuitive powers. But I just really love to do this because it allows you to not waste any time watching a pile that is not meant for you. So at least one of these identifiers coming from this bowl of slips should be familiar to you, significant in your life somehow, or maybe it's shown up recently in your life, even if just in passing. All right, Spirit, who's in pile 1? Who are my pile 1 folks? Who's in pile 1? Who are my pile 1 people? The question is, why did you meet them? So you're probably asking about a specific person. So pile 1, who's in pile 1? I also want to say that since you are asking about another person, it may be something like that they like or that's significant to them. So for example, if like a TV show comes out and it's not your favorite TV show, but it is their favorite TV show, then that could still be a confirmation for you. All right, identifiers, and then of course we're going to get into the cards later. We've got Oklahoma. We have, and that could be obviously the state, but it could also be like the musical Oklahoma. We have Sex and the City. Throat chakra. So you may have had some problems with your throat chakra, like you might be like clearing your throat a lot lately, or you could work with your voice, like you could be a singer or like a podcaster or like a teacher, orator, something to do with speaking your mind. Rip Girls, that is a Disney Channel original movie about surfer girls. Zac Brown Band, Colder Weather, that's a song. American Horror Story Season 1, Murder House. So that one is pretty specific. I think there's like 12 or 13 seasons of American Horror Story now. I am going to keep it specifically to that season 1. Hey Arnold, that is a Nickelodeon cartoon that was out in like the early 2000s, I think. Anne Hathaway, she's an actress. We've got Ron and Tammy from Parks and Rec, so that could be Tammy 1 or Tammy 2. We have the number 9. When it came out, it looked like a bee, or it looked like the symbolization for flat, like on the musical scale. I guess you could also say it looks like a 6, but this is supposed to be a 9. And 9 is Also a song by Willow Smith and SZA. Of course, that could also stand for September. I'm gonna go ahead and throw June in there since we did say it could be a 6. You could like live on the 9th floor or the 6th floor. There could be 6 or 9 people in your family, stuff like that. Doctor Strange from the Marvel Universe. I guess maybe just Marvel in general. Blackberries. Those could be the fruit or the phone. DJ Tambi from Ink Master. He's a tattoo artist. 1894 by Amber Mark. I feel like I haven't seen that one in kind of a while. That's a song. God Must Have Spent a Little More Time on You by NSYNC. It's another song. Lose My Breath by Destiny's Child. Slow Burn by Casey Musgraves. So we got a lot of music here, so that is also making me think of just like a regular disc jockey DJ. Since we brought DJ Tambi out, just regular DJ. John Wick. That is, of course, a movie franchise starring Keanu Reeves. We're Going to Be Friends by the White Stripes. Another song. So yeah, I'm thinking about the first line where they're like, walk with me, Susie Lee, through the park and by the tree. So maybe somebody you know is like Susie or Lee or Susie Lee combined. I don't know. Casino by Houndmouth. That's a song. Teach for America. That's a teaching program. Tupac, Keep Your Head Up. 38. That's so interesting because in a reading that I did the other day, I just posted it not too long ago. It was like, how do they feel about you? In one of the piles, there was a meme card that I had pulled out, and in the background of the meme was the number 38. That's so weird. That's so weird. Let me see if I can find out which one that was. All right, it was pile 4 on the why or how do they feel about you, the one with the forest card. So there may be a message for you over there since you're asking about like a person. The question here is, why did you meet them? You may also want to check out pile 4 in my how did they feel about you reading that I posted just a few days ago with the forest card. All right, we also got Spinach. And When I Look to the Sky by Train. Let me go ahead and put that right there. All right, guys, I'm going to write these down in my tarot journal, and I will be right back. All right, pile 1. So I did pre-pull some oracle cards for us. We're going to live shuffle the tarot, and I have a sequence that I want to follow, so I'm going to go ahead and put this off to the side for now. We're going to start off with our Sacred Mysteries Oracle, and then I'm going to do the Ask Your Guides cards. Then we'll get into the tarot, and after that we will go into the Lunar Nomad Oracle. And this is going to tell you kind of like what subconscious part of you does this person touch or activate, possibly trigger. And then we're going to have some alchemy cards that are going to help you to alchemize the lesson you're supposed to learn from this person. And then finally, we're going to go with the yogic path for guidance. So I'm going to put those off to the side for now, and we're going to get started here. So pile 1, why did you meet this person? We have concentration. Interesting. Okay, so this person, you guys may work together. I get that because there is like a donkey here. That donkey is also reminding me of Shrek. Shrek and donkey. So this could be like maybe an unlikely friendship, or Donkey himself in Shrek had a lot of issues focusing. He was like very much hyperactive, you know, had a hard time trying to figure out what he was talking about, would switch topics really easily. So that may be kind of like the energy that is between the two of you, and especially since there's like this lightning around the goddess here and the donkey. I think that there may be like a really electrifying and energizing connection between you two. So you may be learning how to concentrate as a result of your relationship with this person. You could be learning how to maybe work harder as part of your relationship with this person, or you might have met each other in the workplace or in some sort of situation in which you had to work really hard, and it could have helped with your work ethic. Let's see. Why did pile 1 meet this person that they're asking about? We have letting go, number 17. Concentration and letting go, when I put those two things together, it does make me think of like letting go of distractions, okay? It also means letting go of the things that can break your concentration. That doesn't have to be a distraction necessarily. It can just kind of be like those interrupting thoughts that can come through. If you meditate, then you probably know exactly what I mean. It can be hard to keep your mind quiet. And especially if you are in kind of like a hyperactive state, you're in a really energized state, it can be very difficult to quiet the mind. So sometimes you have to like let go of your immediate surroundings and venture into the recesses of the mind to try and like quiet everything down. If this is in the context of work, sometimes you have to prioritize certain things, and the things that fall further down on the list of priorities, you might have to let them go, get them done another day, or just delegate them to somebody else entirely. If you see here on this card, this figure, he has so many hands and they each have like a different tool or weapon in them. So this is definitely giving me that hyperactivity again, but it's also giving me this idea of like being not only like a superhuman, super person trying to do everything yourself, but also of not wanting to give any responsibilities away to anybody else, and possibly not wanting to burden another person. When we think of donkeys, they carry heavy loads. Like, you might think of those scenes in Grease, not the movie, but the country, those scenes where they load up the donkey and the donkey's like climbing up all those stairs, to the different little homes stacked in the hills. And like the donkeys are carrying this burden, right? Or they might be carrying a person and a package or something like that. And it just feels like learning how to unburden yourself and to concentrate on what really matters. Okay, have the energy for the things that really matter. And you, like I said, could have met this person at a time when you really had like a fire lit under your butt, when things were kind of hectic and you had to like go. You had to just keep on moving. And it's giving, I know we had John Wick as one of our slips that came out, and this energy here, this letting go energy, is like actually really reminding me of him, and not the words letting go, but the picture. Because like I said, this guy right here, he has like all these tools and stuff in his hand, including like a sword and a shield and a baton and like a wand with a skull on it, and just like all these different tools. And it just makes me think of like how John Wick moves, and how he moves so fast that his enemies don't really see him coming with his weapon. He's able to just move so quickly that he's able to fight a ton of people all at once, and it's like right. And it just is making me think of that energy. It's like someone who is an expert, right, at what they're doing, possibly reluctantly. And I was actually reluctant to say that piece about being an expert at what you're doing, but nevertheless, John Wick was an expert, and it takes concentration to get to expert level status at anything, right? But also in order to dedicate enough time to becoming an expert at something, you have to know what to leave behind and what to let go of, because any sort of development of expertise is going to also require sacrifice of something else, right? So why did you meet this person? It could have been to enhance your skills of concentration and of letting go. Okay. I may get some messages from the book that comes with this oracle deck as well. Okay, so something that you'll notice is that both of these figures, sorry guys, have like a sword in their hands. She's got one right here, and then he's got one right here, right? So this is like learning how to cut through the BS for sure. Specifically with this concentration card, we have a message about having the power to sever ego's iron hold on the self. And this is a goddess, Durga, who is a goddess of protection and can scare away troubles, ghosts, and goblins of negativity. All right, so this is about the 6th chakra, which is the 3rd eye chakra, also known as the ajna. And this is also about discipline and honing the ability to go into meditation, like I was saying, anytime and anywhere. Trying to let go of the scattered mind. And this is like giving kind of like scattered mind energy a little bit to me because of all of the different tools in the hand. And maybe he is able to wield them all at the same time expertly, but for a mere human, that's not possible. Like, that's why this is a god, right? For a mere human, that's obviously not possible. In this concentration card, you become more alert to the present moment, and your normal thinking grows wings, enabling you to soar higher or dive deeper with focused attention. So this is saying that whatever's most central and productive in your life, this is a time to direct your mind to focus on that, which I kind of felt when I said, like, there's a fire under you. You know, that's a metaphorical fire. Like, things are heating up. And so you need to kind of put your focus and your attention on that, because that's what's most central and productive in your life. Okay. It does suggest, this book that comes with these cards, it does suggest that you can practice breath work as a way to help with your concentration. So count your inhales from 1 to 10, take an empty breath, and then start over again. So yeah, let's take a look into the letting go card. All right, so this deity here is Rudra, Shiva Rudra, and this card is meant to show ways in which one has become corrupt, dishonest, or dysfunctional. It can clear the way for new creation, and it is often linked with fear of change, death, destruction of ego, and crying. Okay, I know that I just said something about ego, not even a second ago. Well, it was obviously more than a second ago, but yeah, I was reading and I said for card 41, oh, yeah, so this is a manifestation here of the god of Durga, but the goddess is called Kalratri, so that's my fault, sorry guys, but it is a manifestation of Durga. And it says that her club-like hook has the power to sever, oh my god, I can't talk, sever ego. We did get throat chakra as one of our slips, and I told you there might be some issues with the vocals. Okay. I said on this one that the hook, the club-like hook sword, has the power to sever ego's iron hold on the self. Okay? And then with this card, number 17, it just also said something about severing ego. destruction of the ego. So meeting this person, apparently it was important for you to meet them because they definitely had some sort of impact on your ego, okay? They may have taught you an important egoic lesson that helped you to step out of your ego or to experience an ego death of some kind, okay? Card 17, this god Rudra, Shiva Rudra, can remove anger and help us understand how our karma has consequences both for us and for others. This is the third chakra, also known as the sacral solar plexus chakra. Sorry, I had to count them. Chakra. And this says that a frequent third chakra problem is disempowerment, often felt by those who are being used, manipulated, or exploited. This can also take the form of a person who's addicted to the wrong kind of lover, one who may act abusively and belittle them. Or it can be someone who is anxiously tethered to a foreboding sense of doom or even subjected to a torrential firestorm of loss. Assertiveness training is a method of teaching people who tend to buckle under when others act in dominating ways how to stand up for themselves. Okay. Yeah, this is standing up for yourself, insisting on your own rights, and overcoming feelings of loss or disempowerment and learning to stand your ground, okay? Wow. Wow. That's like very, very deep. Very deep stuff. I'm really feeling like we had Lose My Breath by Destiny's Child come out as one of our slips. And it's making me feel like this person that you're asking about tends to, like, I don't want to say suck all the air out of the room, but I mean, that might be relevant for somebody. That might be the, like the feeling that somebody gets when this person is around. But I also really kind of feel like there may be like a temper involved here, especially since we do have the fire and the lightning as well. And I am like getting that sense of fear. Sorry guys that I knocked the table. I am getting that sense of fear that was being spoken about as well. You know, sometimes when I was talking about the burden, sometimes I do feel like we tend to take on too much of other people's energy as a way to secure our position in somebody's life or to feel safe around them. Especially if they are, you know, in a rage or they are lashing out, I guess I could say, or just putting too much on the people around them, you know, blaming other people, putting all of their burdens and all of their shortcomings and misgivings and all of that stuff on other people. And I think sometimes we find ourselves in the position of the donkey rather than the position of the goddess. And I think that part of the reason that this person came into your life is so that you can learn how to stand in your own power and that you can let not only work for yourself, but like let your ego work for you rather than you working for your ego. Okay? You know, this is a heavy energy, and of course, you know, this reading's on YouTube, so it's going to be for a lot of people, but I want you to take what resonates and to leave the rest, as always, as you should with any free reading or general reading. But I think that this may be a relationship that you only kind of have recently come to terms with the situation that's actually happening. Because the way I feel right now is like very resolved. Like there is a calmness, but also underneath it there's like it's almost like a mild anger, but it's also like a almost like an it is what it is, like it is what it is mentality, you know? And I kind of think, yeah, maybe you might have just come to terms with whatever this relationship is with this person. And like, I don't know how long you were mad at them for. Or maybe you're just an empath and like that's residual feelings like of their anger left over. I don't know. But yeah. And like, if you notice the way that these cards are arranged, like this deity is looking at this one, but then this one is just like looking straight ahead, right? Just like minding their own business on their donkey, getting ready to go off in the opposite direction, right? Meanwhile, this one's here in this like volcano or in this fire or whatever it is. So yeah, I think that you're learning how to be more comfortable in your own energy, and this person might be trying to like suck you back into their bullshit, but you're not. You're ready to go in a different direction. You're ready to go in a different direction. And when I was saying like there's like a mild undertone of anger here, it's like maybe because the tones of these are so different, right? Like this is such a cool tone and this is such like a hot tone here. It might just be like you're feeling like the edges, like she's feeling the edges of his fire here. Like she's getting some of that warmth, that heat from the edges of his fire, but she's like not engaging and keeping her aura and her boundaries very strong. And like that's something with letting go and with concentration, is like having strong proper boundaries, you know. It takes a lot of integrity and a lot of focus in order to keep your boundaries up once you set them with other people. And boundaries, once we enforce a boundary, it often means letting go or releasing the people who are not able to comply with them, or who are not able to respect them, rather, I guess I should say. And you really have to be steadfast in your application of your boundaries, because boundaries are for you. And so if a boundary is for you, then that means you're like, this is what I allow in my life and this is what I don't allow in my life. And you have to be really strict with adhering to that, because that's one of the ways that you maintain trust in yourself and that you maintain, you know, a high level of self-respect, I guess I would say. And that may be controversial, I guess, but just because, you know, you don't maintain a boundary does not instantly mean that you don't respect yourself, but it is something that people who have a consistently high level of self-respect and self-worth, it's something that they do, is that they maintain their boundaries. And so you may be getting there to that point, and it does take a lot of concentration, it takes a lot of willpower in order to do that. And like recognizing when somebody's emotions are theirs and not yours is also part of that, because I think sometimes people tend to take on other people's emotions as their own, and they could internalize them or even amplify them. And I think that you have figured out that you need to stop doing that. Okay, let's see. Why did Pile 1 meet this person? Competition. Interesting. So that immediately makes me think of like rivals. It makes me think of like not only sports rivals, but like academic rivals. You know, when you have a rival, it can make you strive to be like the best version of yourself. When you're in competition with somebody, it can kind of go two ways. It can either like consume you and you become like obsessed with trying to be better than this other person, or it can just like push you to be the best version of yourself. And oftentimes people will say like, you know, don't compete with anybody else, just try and be better than you were yesterday, right? And I think that that is valid. I think that that is true. But I also think that sometimes the universe delivers us a rival so that we have an outside force to kind of like show us where the bar could be and how we could get across it, right? And so this person may be a rival of yours. they may be, and I keep going back to the idea of like the fire under the ass thing. They may be the person who like lit the fire under your ass in order to get you to approach different behaviors that create the best version of yourself for you. So that's interesting. And then of course we also have here like they're playing tug of war, and it is like a push-pull dynamic. So I am, trying to acknowledge that as well. Why did pile one meet this person? Why do I keep saying that? Why did pile one meet this person, Spirit? We got partnerships and love. Ooh, okay. So you may, there may be a business partnership here. It could be like a work-related partnership here. It could also be a, romantic partnership or a friendship. And I think that going back to the idea of rivals, like oftentimes rivals are rivals because they do respect each other. They do have a level of respect for one another and the way that they operate, or the level of mastery that I was talking about earlier, mastery that you may have for your craft or your chosen area of study or whatever it may be. And this is also, talking about community, and it's talking about recognition here with these stars kind of like being passed down on this card, right? So I think that there's this idea of having some sort of recognition by being associated with this person, okay? Whether that is recognition from your peers, from people who are teachers, mentors, just somewhere in an authority figure in your life or higher up on the food chain than you. It does kind of seem like there was something special about being in relationship with this person. And I did mention before that this could have been like an energizing relationship that either invigorated your life or particularly gave you energy to do something, whether that was energy to compete against them or energy just to level up in some way or energy to get more work done or whatever it was. It is something that allowed you to gain some sort of recognition, and that could be individual recognition or it could be recognition like literally in association with them. So like, let's say that you guys would like go out together, and every time you would go out, you would get a lot of attention just because you were with them. I'm thinking of that song like Love Yourself by Justin Bieber, where he's like, all the clubs you got in using my name, right? So there's this whole thing of like just the association with them was able to help you to get into the places that you wanted to be, okay? Whether that was they were there with you or not. Or it could have been that by being in competition with them, you were approaching your best self, which won you accolades and all the gold stars that you could have wanted. And I don't mean gold stars to be like condescending, because sometimes it literally is gold stars, but that's just a way of saying, like merits and, certificates and other forms of recognition. Awards. Why did pile one meet this person that they're asking about? Compromise. Interesting. So I think that there is also, I did mention before, like the knowing of how to like set boundaries and when to let go of something or when to delegate something to somebody else, or when to put something down. And I think that compromise actually echoes that, because whenever you're compromising with somebody, you oftentimes are going to have to leave something at the door. You're not going to get every single thing that you wanted out of the deal or the experience or whatever, and you have to give a little to get a little bit, right? So you have to give up something and the other person has to give up something. in order to find a compromise. And this is also making me think that you guys, like, you and this person might have had like either a truce at some point in time, or you might have had some sort of like a deal that you guys could like work together in order to get to a commonly shared goal. It's also making me think of like how in those movies, the To All the Boys I've Loved Before movies, like Lara Jean and Peter started out in like a fake relationship, right? And then it turned into a real relationship, but like they had like a contract and an agreement of like what the fake relationship would look like and what was allowed and what wasn't allowed, right? And because they shared a common goal to, sorry, pile one, my camera died. I had to get a new battery. But I was talking about how Lara Jean and Peter, they created like a contract and they shared a somewhat common goal. You know, Peter wanted to make his ex jealous, and then Lara Jean was trying to avoid her sister's ex-boyfriend, who had gotten one of her letters saying she had a crush on him. And she didn't want him to think she still had a crush on him. She didn't want him to, you know, she didn't want to ruin her relationship with her sister. So they had a common goal of trying to get other people to think something, right, for their own benefit. And they each had to give up certain things, right? Like Peter wanted to do kissing and Lara Jean was like, no. I don't remember what Lara Jean wanted, that Peter was like, well, we have to do it this way, blah, blah, blah. Oh, she didn't want to go to parties. And he was like, no, you have to come to the parties with me. And she was like, okay, fine, right? So coming to a compromise about certain things because it's in the best interest of the group. And also like knowing what is in your own best interest and trying to kind of like get the best deal out of the situation. That's also coming to mind here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and grab our tarot cards because I think that can add a little bit more context to the situation between you and this person. So, Spirit, we're looking to get context of the relationship between pile one and their person. What is going on between them? And we want to know, why did pile one meet this person that they're asking about? Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm going to go ahead and cut the deck. Do I want to cut the deck? Yeah, okay. No, sorry. I'm going to shuffle it like this. All right, so first we got Sister Earth, which is the Page of Pentacles. All right, what else? Pile one. Why did pile one meet this person? I don't know why I keep wanting to say it the opposite way. We have the Nine of Wind, which is the Nine of Swords here in reverse. Why did pile one meet this person? We got the Six of Wind, which is the Six of Swords in reverse. All these are reversals. Interesting. Why did pile one meet this person? And tell us about the context of the relationship. Okay, I got the Ten of Cups, which, do I want that or do I want it to be reversed? Okay, sorry guys. It came out like sideways, so I wasn't sure which way it was supposed to go. Why did pile one meet this person? Okay, I'm kind of thinking that I should leave it here with just these four cards actually. So I am seeing that this person is leading you down a path towards your actual ultimate happiness and towards complete social and emotional fulfillment. And that's not to mean that like this person is going to be your emotional or social fulfillment. Sorry, pile one, my camera died again, which is ridiculous because my battery literally has 100%, so I don't know what that's about. All right, well, anyway, I don't know that this person is going to be your social or emotional fulfillment, but they're going to lead you towards it, okay? I'm getting the sense of like, maybe something's not worth your time. And to be honest, I'm actually even getting that like these cards here, like this tarot interpretation may not be worth the time. So I'm wondering if it was like a mistake for me to include the tarot in the reading. I don't think so because I planned it like very intentionally, but I think part of the message that's coming through here is that your happiness is ultimately what's most important, which is like what I was getting here with the boundaries and the letting go. Your happiness and your drive towards your own fulfillment is ultimately what's important. And like, if you need to let go of this person and let go of like the competition that you shared with them, the competitive feeling that you shared with them, that might be in your best interest in driving you towards your own fountain of love here. Okay? Because this is a card about anxiety. This Nine of Swords here in reverse. This is a card of like losing sleep over someone. And no matter what the context of this relationship is, whether it's romantic or it's a rivalry or it is, like familial or whatever it may be, this person, the big message that I'm getting here is like, they're not worth losing sleep over. All right, pile one. So, I literally just got like some of the worst vibes. I had to go and cleanse like my whole space. And I think that this person, the reason why I was getting like the rivalry energy and like the anger energy and stuff like that, even though we got like partnerships and love here, is I really feel like this person did not want you to be your best self. They wanted to waste your time. They wanted to cause you sleepless nights. They wanted to cause you confusion instead of clarity and to keep you from moving forward. And like, when I say that my camera has cut off multiple times during this reading, like, I don't have, anything else really on this memory card. The battery is at basically 100%. There is no logical reason why my camera should be cutting off in the middle of this reading, and yet it has several times. And like, so that could be, I did get throat chakra. This person might have been the type of person to like literally verbally cut you off when you were trying to speak, stuff like that. And this person, I think, saw the potential for greatness in you and didn't want you to reach that. And the reason why this person was in your life was to teach you how to go against adversity, how to become a warrior, how to concentrate despite all of the negative shit that was going on around you, despite all of the hater-ass energy that's coming through trying to keep you down. This person could have been a frenemy. They could have been somebody who was disguised as your friend, somebody who was disguised as a person who was trying to do good by you, but they really weren't. Okay? I hate it when this energy comes through. Like, I do, because it just like sounds so paranoid. It sounds so paranoid and so annoying, but like, haters are real. They are real. And it's really irritating. Like, ugh. It really makes me mad. It really makes me mad and it bothers me. And now, it's like almost like not even worth mentioning. Like, that's just how I feel about this. That's honestly just how I feel about this. It's like, it's not even worth talking about this person. And that's why I got like these tarot cards were like, it's like not even worth getting the tarot out. It's like, it's not worth talking about this person. Like, this person is not worth your time. Okay? But of course, the question, why did you meet them, is because you're learning how to rise above all of the BS that they tried to put in your lap and the BS they tried to inflict in your life, to find your own ultimate happiness and to go into your own state and version of flow. I'm going to suggest that you do some cleansing rituals around your house and around your aura, around yourself, any pets that you may have, any projects that you may have, go ahead and like pray over them, ask your guides, angels, ancestors, spirit guides, and your higher self to help you succeed in those, because this person's definitely sending you evil eye. Okay. I picked up Sex in the City because I'm thinking about how behind the scenes Sarah Jessica Parker and Kim Cattrall like really did not get along, and yet they had to work together. Right? They had to compromise, and they were both on like an award-winning show, or like a very high profile show that they got a lot of recognition for. Like everybody recognizes Carrie Bradshaw, everybody recognizes Samantha Jones. They were very iconic. And yet behind the scenes, like, they were not getting along, so much so that Kim Cattrall didn't even want to come back for the reboot, right? And so it just is making me think that, like, this could be some sort of behind the scenes or underground situation that maybe not everybody sees and not everybody knows about, but you're going to end up delivering your best work anyway. You're going to end up finding that recognition and that happiness in spite of this person. And it could also be because of this person. I think sometimes we meet people because they spur us in a direction that we already knew we wanted to go in and that we were trying to go in, but sometimes we need that extra push of motivation, whether it's like to get away from somebody or just to try and do better than somebody, which sounds petty, but you know what? I think that the Page of Pentacles Sister Earth here in the reverse is kind of petty. And you know what? That's okay. But yeah, let's see. What part of you did this person like subconsciously touch? What part of you did they trigger or activate? Whip. Okay. Interesting. That's interesting energy. So when I think of whips, not only do we have like the donkey that I was talking about before, and it's like spurring on the donkey with the whip, but this is also like sexual energy here too. Oh, every time. There's always like some boobs. There's always some boobs out. Okay, so this is also like self-castigating energy here. This is also somewhat sexual energy. But I think that this person spurred something in you that made you feel like you weren't good enough. And I see this person as like punishing herself, but also like gaining, I don't want to say necessarily gaining pleasure from it, because even though there is that sexual energy here, that's not the feeling that I'm getting. I think it's like a small part of it. I think that this is like, it is when, you like whip a horse to make it go faster, right? And I feel like that's what you were doing to yourself. It's like you're hurting yourself a little bit. You might have had sleepless nights, like late nights up studying or trying to come up with a plan to beat this person or whatever it was, or arguing with this person if it was, a love relationship or whatever. But in some way doing a little bit of damage to yourself in order to beat this person out or to like come out on top in the competition that you have with this person. And it touched this subconscious need in you in order to, or maybe not need, but tendency in you in order to, that self-castigated, that punishes yourself either when you don't do well or when you are not able to uphold those boundaries, okay? And part of you, like may take some pleasure in it, in punishing yourself some way. So I think that's where the push and pull comes that I mentioned earlier with this tug of war here. Because in some ways, it's almost like you enjoyed, even if it's just the tiniest part of you and the part that you don't want to admit, enjoyed either the rivalry or the feelings of self-loathing that you might have that have spurred you forward, or being like a target of this person's anger. And you know what? That piece is like a little bit interesting because it's like, haha, you mad, right? And like that can be a fun feeling when like that you got under somebody's skin and you made them angry. That can be a fun feeling, but that's like, it's not the strongest feeling that's coming through here, okay? But like this card is such a mix of like anger, pain, joy, sensuality. There's so many different complicated feelings here that go with this relationship. And so I feel like this relationship was like a lot deeper than you may have realized. And that's why I was saying at the beginning, like, I feel this kind of like calm energy now of like, it is what it is, because I just feel like you went back and forth with this person for so long. For so long. It's like a little bit, it's weird. I don't know. Let me see what else I'm getting from here. I kind of want to go back to the ego. I I think part of the reason why we compete with other people is for the ego, for the purpose of satisfying our ego and wanting to feel like the best because of our ego. People who are not egoic do not need or crave that kind of recognition, okay? And we got that message in the beginning of needing to sever the ego. And I think that you've finally reached a place, or you're in the midst of reaching a place where you can do that. And that's where your 10 of cups here is going to come in. This fountain of love is going to come from that, because once you recognize that, like, we go farther together, right? They say, like, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. But also, just like as a society, we go farther together, and it's better to do things in community with other people, and it's better to learn how to compromise with other people rather than to step on them and stomp on them in order to try and get to the top. And it takes a sacrifice of ego in order to be in community with other people, like true community with other people. And I think that you realized that competition, especially competition that's like so self-serving, and that also made you feel bad about yourself and self-castigating, and like maybe even some guilt that came along with it, and that you enjoyed, but not even so much, is not worth your time. It's not worth your time. It's not worth your mental energy either. And it's not worth the confusion that it causes, because it stops progress. Even though it may seem like, you're coming out on top, this person here in the fire, like, they're just getting burned at the end of the day. Well, this deity here, they have all these powers. Maybe they're not getting burned. But if it was a person, they would be getting burned. Whereas this person here, who's concentrating, they're on their donkey getting ready to move out, head out, and go in a different direction and, like, go farther. And I think that you're recognizing that you don't want to be stagnant in this competition, going back and forth in this tug of war with this other person for the attention of these authority figures, whatever that may be, or whatever society is trying to tell you that you guys should be competing for. I think that you're recognizing that the community aspect is a lot better, and that you don't need to do whatever's happening here with this whip. Because this is just like a complicated bundle of feelings. And it's like, this is what, like a cat, a 9 tails or whatever it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know. I can't count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. So that means to me that there's like 9 different reasons why you enjoyed this competition in the first place. And then also, like, this guy here has like 6 arms, right? Like, there's so many different reasons why you liked this competition, or why you participated in it, I guess I should say, rather. And this person is such a hater. Like, just the way that the camera kept cutting off, and like the icky energy that was here surrounding this reading until I lit this incense and like had to, ask for more protection and everything. Like, there's such complicated feelings that you have about this person. And I think that for a long time you were upset with yourself for not putting the appropriate boundaries on. And you're learning now how to do that while also being open to being in community with other people. Okay? Yeah. I think you've learned that, like, human nature is partnership and love. And being a warrior is cool and all, but, war itself is not cool. John Wick, he may survive from movie to movie, but if you've seen John Wick 4, they ask him, how do you think this is going to end? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you think this is going to end? There's only one way. I'm not going to spoil the movie for you if you haven't seen it yet, but how do you think it's going to end? Right? All right. Let's see. How can you alchemize this lesson? And then I have this yogic guidance, which I'm going to put off to the side for now. What are the ways that you can alchemize this lesson that you have from meeting this person and why you met them? Yeah, let's go here. Nebula, fog, that is very much here with this Six of Swords energy. Okay. I think you have to embrace the confusion. Okay. And also, we talked a lot about meditation before. That's like clearing the brain fog. And sometimes in order to make it through, like the only way out is through. So you have to learn how to go through the fog, and you have to embrace the confusion that you may have and all of the confusing feelings that you have about this person, because eventually you will be able to sort them out, but it is going to be a little bit foggy for a little bit. So you have to embrace the fog. And thunder comes from a thunderstorm. There's clouds, there's rain, there's all of that messy weather that goes along with it. And I think that you have to be okay with weathering the storm. Okay? Be okay with weathering the storm, the mental storm, for a little bit. This here is like you don't have clear skies to sail forward or to move forward quite yet. And you need to get to a place of mental clarity in order to be able to alchemize this lesson. So I do think meditation is going to be really important for you. Journaling could also help. How else can you alchemize this lesson from this person? For pile 1. Coagulation. So when something coagulates, it like stiffens. It hardens. I want to see what else this is saying, but like whenever I think of like specifically blood coagulating, like that's what happens. Like if you get a cut and then the blood like stops flowing, you know, and it's not turning into a scab yet, but like it's not dripping anymore, and it's like the pool is like just right on top of the cut and it doesn't move. That's when it started coagulating. So let's see. So I mean, this wound might still be fresh is what I'm getting here. This could definitely still be a fresh wound at the time of you watching this anyway. And if it's not fresh, it might still feel fresh. Like it might feel as if the pain just happened. Even if this was like, for example, a rival from high school or something like that, and you know you're like 40 years old. It might still feel fresh, or you might still be feeling some of the effects stinging like a whip on the back as if it just happened just now. All right, so I'm going to read the coagulation card here. And this says solidarity, adherence, and stuckness. Coagulatio is the great alchemical operation of earth. By way of this operation, we experience that which was fluid turning into a solid formation. The formerly disparate ingredients begin adhering together into a fixed and solid unit. The result is visible, reliable, and eventually concrete. When you hear the phrase, "it is finally taking shape," coagulation is underway. So this is just making me think of like when you're traveling in a car, in a boat or whatever, and you're going through fog, it's extremely hard to see. Like you can't see shit, right? And then all of a sudden this like figure starts to form in front of you. That figure could be, you know, a building. It could be a lighthouse. It could be whatever, just whatever's ahead of you. But as you get closer to it, you start to see it outlined. And then as you get closer to it, the shadow becomes darker. And then as you get closer to it, you can start to see what it actually is. And it's this idea of like all of these cat and nine tails are going to fuse into one tail that's going to have the same strength as these blades here to cut through something, which is the ego. Okay, so you do have some ego work to do. You may already be going through an ego death, but in order to move from this idea of like competition towards community, it's going to take the death of the ego. This says sulfur and lead are agents of coagulatio. Take note, because you could be in an advanced state of stuckness, okay? Then it also says to ponder merging into traffic, which is making me think of the Six of Wands or Six of Swords here, because usually you'll see on this card, in the more traditional versions, it's like a few people who are on a raft and they're like paddling on the water. And whenever I think of this as like, it's just transportation. It's like, you know, going from one space to a new space, crossing an ocean, crossing a highway, crossing into a new lane of life, a new chapter of life, having a plan to do that. And in order to merge into traffic, you know, you have to have a plan. You might have to stop and wait for your space to come in, but you have to have a plan. You can't just like zzz and go like willy-nilly, because somebody's going to get hurt. So I think that you do need to learn what place you want to have in the community. If it's no longer one of competitiveness, what place you want to have with this person. If you want to have any relationship with this person, you need to figure out what place you want them to have in your life and have strong boundaries with them. And you need to work on trying to cut through these very complicated feelings here with the whip, because there's like pain and pleasure all into one. Guilt, shame. I am getting the shame like very strongly here for some reason. Yeah. All right, let's get your final guidance, you guys. This is Yamas. This is the Yamas card. All right, let's find it. Yamas, here's your guidance. In a world with so many people and things, so we're talking about community, right? It can be difficult to distinguish where our moral compass lies. Perhaps you're going through a time when you aren't sure what is right or wrong. You are questioning your values and realizing that not all carry the same integrity as you. So yeah, definitely this person, like I was saying, like not only are they a hater, not only did they like really not want you to hear this message, but like I said, there was something icky about them and about the competition that you guys had together. Meditate on what is important to you and write down your core values. That's going to help you to clear that fog out, okay? The yogic yamas morals are ahimsa, compassion for all living things; satya, commitment to truth; asteya, non-stealing; brahmacharya, sense control; and aparigraha, letting go of the desire to hoard. What are yours? Okay, so yeah, this is going to be about, even with this coagulatio here, like this idea of your core values, like coming together and sticking together, and the things that bind, right? The things that bind and allow you to hold fast in your center and hold fast in your boundaries, okay? You're going to have to get those things together, and you're going to have to hold on to them. And that's going to help you to stand strong. All right, guys. I'm going to leave your reading here. Thank you for liking this video. Thank you for subscribing to my channel. I hope that this video and this pile resonated with you. Feel free to choose another pile if you have another person that you want to ask about. But I appreciate the opportunity to read for you and for you spending some time with me today. Thank you. Bye. See you in the next one. Welcome, Pile 2. Hello. Thank you so much for joining me here for this reading. I'm the Empress of Fortune. And if you chose the Dark Wood Tarot, then this is going to be your reading about why did you meet them? So whoever the person is on your mind, we're going to be discussing the spiritual lessons that are supposed to come from your encounter with them. Whether you met this person for a short time or for a long time, whatever type of relationship that you may have, we're going to delve into the mystery behind it. We're also going to find out what part of your subconscious do they touch, trigger, or activate. And we're going to get some details of your situation. We're going to learn how to alchemize the lesson that this person is supposed to teach you, and we're going to get some guidance as well. So I'm going to actually put the tarot to the side for now. We're going to do a couple things first. I have some pre-pulled oracle cards. I will live shuffle these tarot for you. But as always, we're going to get your identifiers out from my lip bowl. These identifiers, their purpose is to signal to you that this is in fact your reading. I hate nothing more than when you are watching a reading, especially when it's like on TikTok and the tarot reader is just like saying stuff and you don't know if it's for you or not, and you end up wasting a minute or 10 minutes of your life watching a video and it turns out that it was not applicable to you. So I got these identifiers out just so that they can help you know if it's yours or not. So the way they work is that whatever's on the slips, at least one of them should be familiar to you, significant to you somehow, or it might have come up even just like in passing over the past couple of days in your life whenever you're watching this reading. My readings are timeless, so whenever you're seeing this, it doesn't really matter as long as something that comes out of this bowl resonates with you in some way. All right, Spirit, who's in pile 2? Who are my pile 2 people? Who are my pile 2 people? While I'm getting these out, go ahead and hit that thumbs up button for me to like the video, and also hit the subscribe button, because when you're subscribed to me, it makes my connection to you stronger and it makes my readings more specific to you. Who's in pile 2, Spirit? Who are my pile 2 people? Who's pile 2 for this reading? Anybody else in pile 2? All right, cool. Pile 2, your identifiers, we have Las Vegas. So maybe you're planning a trip to Vegas, maybe you just got back from Vegas, maybe you just really love Vegas, you could be from there, you could have family there, you might have just driven through there, something like that. McDonald's, that is a fast food restaurant chain. So you might have like eaten McDonald's recently, you might have seen an ad for McDonald's recently, something like that. Jamaica, McDonald's could be like your favorite fast food chain. Dig in My Grave by Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper from A Star Is Born. That's a song. So good. I love that movie too. Blueberries. Yum. Okay. Sorry if you guys can hear my dog eating in the background. I guess he's a little hungry guy. We Got Love by Tiana Taylor featuring Ms. Lauryn Hill. International. All right, so we got Jamaica and international. So maybe you're like planning an international trip. You could also have parents from 2 different countries, or however international may resonate with you. Maybe you travel internationally a lot, something like that. Lemon Breland from Heart of Dixie. She's a character on that show, played by Jamie King. Maya Angelou. She is a poet and a writer. And she was also an actress for a minute. The Woman King. That is a movie starring Viola Davis. We've got the number 5 here, so that could be like the month of May. You could live on the 5th floor. You could be born on the 5th. You could have 5 people in your family. You could have 5 siblings. You could be seeing 555, something like that. Half and Half. That's a TV show that used to be on the CW about half sisters. Beverly Hills, so both in California and also the song by Weezer. Beverly Hills, that's where I wanna be. Road Trip. And it's so funny that Beverly Hills just came out, and then I was thinking about like Las Vegas, and a lot of people will drive from LA to Vegas, and so it's like a road trip from LA or Beverly Hills to Las Vegas. Just so strange how that works out. Heart of Dixie, yet again. So if you haven't seen that show, that's a show maybe you might want to watch. And then RB stands for Rachel Bilson. She was the star of that show, Heart of Dixie. RB also makes me think of Arby's, and we do have McDonald's here, so like fast food could be relevant somehow. So I'm just thinking, this may not resonate for everybody, but like you and this person that you're asking about, you guys might go on road trips together where you stop and get fast food, or you might just go eat fast food together, something like that. Matthew McConaughey, he is an actor. I was just thinking about Dallas Buyers Club. What's that other one? Dazed and Confused. There's lots of movies he's been in. Nick Miller from New Girl. He's a character on that TV show played by Jake Johnson. We've got Sookie Stackhouse. She's the main character from True Blood and the Southern Vampire Mystery Novels by Charlaine Harris. Peanut Butter and Jelly. So this is like giving me road trip snack vibes for sure. But yeah, maybe you just like ate a peanut butter and jelly. That could be your favorite type of sandwich, something like that. Lil Sebastian from Parks and Rec. He's a mini horse. Angus Thongs and Full Frontal Snogging. That is a book series. I want to say the author's name is like Louise Richardson or something. I honestly have no idea. I don't remember if that's right or not. I've read them so long ago, but the main character, her name is Georgia Nicholson, and they did turn it into a movie called Angus Thongs and Perfect Snogging. Okay. We got Girlfriends, My Girlfriends. That's a TV show starring Tracy Ellis Ross and many others. And then Living Single. Living Single. In a 90s kind of world, I'm glad I've got my girls. All right, Living Single is an iconic TV show starring Queen Latifah and a lot of other people. So very cool. We got like a lot of like 90s, early 2000s TV shows in here, especially like black TV shows, Half and Half, Living Single, Girlfriends. I'm loving it. Loving this energy. Okay. Interesting. Let me write these down in my tarot journal and I will be right back. All right, pile 2. So I did pre-pull some oracle cards that we're going to use in kind of 2 different sets. These are going to be our pre-tarot oracle cards that are going to give us a little bit of insight. Of course, the question is, why did you meet this person? So we've got the Sacred Mysteries Oracle to help us uncover some of the mystery behind it. And then we have the Ask Your Guides Oracle. So we're going to use both of those first. Then we'll get into the tarot. And then after that, we're going to use the Lunar Nomad Oracle to go into the subconscious, like the reasons why you met them and what they touch in your subconscious. We have these alchemy cards that we'll use to alchemize the lesson. And then finally, the yogic path cards for guidance. So I'm going to go ahead and set these to the side. And during my mini break, I had to go get some water. I was also listening to Dig in My Grave by Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper. And as soon as I turned it on, it immediately reminded me of the theme song for True Blood. And we got Sookie Stackhouse as one of our slips. So Dig in My Grave here, and then we had Sookie Stackhouse as well. I'm sorry about this, you guys. My dog is he is demanding attention right now. Hush, bud. I'm busy. So this person that you're asking about, they could be a little bit needy, a little bit clingy as far as attention goes, but they don't have to be. That's just a little message that I picked up from my dog right here. But if you've ever seen True Blood, the Sookie Stackhouse TV series on HBO, the theme song is called Bad Things by Jace Everett, and it's like a bluesy kind of country situation. And Dig in My Grave very much has like the same tone to it. So whether that means like you guys might both be into the same type of music, whether that's country music or blues music or not, or you could just kind of have like a similar vibe and a similar tone about you. And it could be that like people will recognize like the similarities in the two of you. That is possible. Interesting vibes here. We also did get the whole like Lemon Breland Heart of Dixie and then just the regular Heart of Dixie that came out with RB and Rachel Bilson on them. So it's giving this idea of like doubles, kind of almost like twinning, but like not twinning. It's like almost like doppelganger energy. So take that as it resonates. It may not resonate for everybody, but you know. All right, let's go get into it. I'm going to do these cards first. Spirit. Why did this person, I'm going to put these to the side. Why did this person, or why did pile 2 meet this person? I did this so much with pile 1 too. I kept like getting the question turned around. Why did pile 2 meet the person that they're asking about? Okay. We have integrity. Interesting. That's an interesting card. Whenever I think of integrity, I think about honesty. I think about taking pride in being authentic. Okay. In doing the best job that you can, given not only the circumstances, but like your character, when somebody acts with integrity, it's because they truly believe about themselves that like they are better than that, whatever that may be. If somebody's trying to take the low road, then a person who's acting with integrity believes that they're better than that. And it's not to say that they believe that other people are bad. They just know based on their own personal code of conduct that they want to reach a higher plane or do something that would make them feel that they acted in the best way possible and the most honest way possible towards the situation. And this deity here is riding like a bull in this picture. I do not associate integrity with stubbornness, but I do associate it with, and I mentioned like the idea of like being the bigger person. Like a bull is a huge animal. It's very forceful. It has so much power. And I think integrity is like a force that it forces you to act in a way that aligns with your values. And that is very powerful, right? So in that way, it's not like the stubbornness of the bull, but it's the force and the power that the bull has. Okay, why did pile 2 meet this person? We've got stagnation here. Interesting. So this could also be about maybe you had reached a point where you weren't sure what your values were, or where you were getting a little bit too comfortable in your life, being on the lower road or just in general too comfortable in your life, and your interactions with this person kind of showed that to you. Either showed that you were stagnating or showed that you had been maybe like caught in a trance of some kind, and it brought you back to a place where you needed to act in integrity. Okay, the differences in color and tone of these 2 cards, and like tone just keeps showing up for me for some reason. Like we talked about it with those 2 songs. The difference in color and tone with those 2 cards is so stark. Like one of them is very muted and the other one is like very bright, very colorful. And you would think that it would be opposite, like the stagnation might be the muted one and then the integrity might be the one that's more colorful. But I think like we often get stuck and stagnating in a place because of how easy and maybe vibrant it is, and like all the colors are very distracting and like they're shiny, right? And so it's kind of easy to get distracted and stagnated in a place like that. And we got Las Vegas as one of our slips, right? And it makes me think of, the casinos, and it's like a city that has all these neon lights and everything, and it can be really easy to get sucked in just to the whole vibe of Vegas in general, right? But when it comes to the integrity card being one that's much more muted, and blue is, color of the throat chakra and speaking your truth, I think that you have to kind of like mute out all of everybody else's opinions and thoughts about what it is that you think is right to do, and you have to speak your own truth, right? So it's like muting out everything else and staying true to yourself, whereas the stagnation is like the pretty distractions, right? Okay. Why did pile 2 meet this person that they're asking about? Okay, I'm trying to decide which card to go for. All right, yeah, let's go with this one. Expansion. Interesting. I'm getting they don't want me to put it next to it. I don't know why I was supposed to read it first, but expansion. This is interesting, especially considering like we went from riding on a bull to riding on an elephant. An elephant just has just as much power as a bull, if not more, because it's so much heavier and it's so much bigger. But this is also making me think of like the elephant in the room. I think that there's something either about yourself that this relationship highlighted, or about this relationship that has become too big to ignore. Okay. It might have, I'm getting like the idea of like a bull in a china shop before, and now it's just like the elephant in the room. At first it was just disruptive, and now it's become something maybe that people are intensely aware of but not trying to ignore. Expansion also has this idea of growth, right? And growth is an interesting concept because there is a lot of positive connotation with the word growth. However, a lot of things can grow, including an invasive species. And when an invasive species comes into an environment and begins to grow and take over, that's not good. So not all growth is like growth for growth's sake is not necessarily the best thing. I think that it is growth for the sake of good, growth in terms of integrity, growth in terms of adhering to your values is what's important here, is what I'm getting. Expansion for the sake of expansion is not always good. Sometimes you can bite off more than you can chew. And I'm also thinking about that saying, like, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time, right? Sometimes I think people will take on too much just because it sounds good, or because it looks good, or because it's like a huge opportunity, and so it's exciting. But you might not be ready for that. So you do have to kind of take things one step at a time. I also started thinking about like colonialism and like manifest destiny and stuff like that. And, sometimes expansion for the sake of expansion can hurt other people. Expansion for the sake of exploitation can hurt other people. Okay. So expansion is in and of itself, it's neither good or bad, but it's what it's used for that can determine that. And that's where the integrity piece comes in. And I think that when you go from stagnation, you automatically think like you want to expand. But sometimes the right way to get out of stagnation can actually be to cut back. And I think I touched on that with the idea of like muting out other people. Sometimes the best way to get out of stagnation could be to pare down, to minimalize. It's almost like Marie Kondo and like I don't know what her book is called, The Joy of Tidying Up or something like that. And like, you throw out or you donate or you sell or you give away whatever the things that don't spark joy in you. And that's paring down and minimalizing the things in your life. So stagnation doesn't automatically mean that you need to expand, but it could mean that you need to contract a little bit. So expansion is neither good nor bad in and of itself, but the integrity and your values that guide you. And Marie Kondo talks a lot about like the value of joy and your other values that help you determine what you keep and what you don't keep. That integrity is like going to be at the center of these choices for you, okay? The center of these actions for you, especially when it comes to this relationship. And so this relationship may have taught you a lot about integrity. Why did Pile 2 meet this person? Okay. We got challenge. Okay, so yeah, I think they challenged you in where you were in your life. And you might have thought that you were in a place of comfort or growth or whatever, but something that this person did or said truly challenged how you thought about yourself, and I think about your values as well. I might go read from the book on that one. Let's see. All right, so this card challenge is here from the root chakra, and it does say the animal nature of this is the elephant. So we actually have two elephants here. We've got an elephant in the center of this card, and we've got the big elephant here on this card. And this says the yellow square here in the center is the symbol for Earth. In its center stands the white elephant, Airavata, mount of supreme strength and celestial ascendancy. His 7 trunks correspond to the 7 chakras. The 4 cardinal points or directions colored blood red are linked with the 4 petals of the lotus. Each contains a Sanskrit syllable noting a different state of consciousness: joy, which we were just talking about, natural pleasures, controlling passion, and blissfulness and concentration. Letting go of what is no longer useful or helpful. You guys, I cannot make this shit up. I really can't, okay? And I know that I pre-pulled these cards. I promise you I didn't look at them. That goes against my integrity. I do all of the, turning over and interpretation right here live time for you guys. But that's crazy. That's actually crazy that I said that. Letting go of what is no longer useful or helpful for our worldly journey can be a tough call. Sometimes it may feel like choosing to go down a bumpy road, although at some other times it can be profoundly liberating. Many of us are comfortable holding on to the familiar even when it becomes hard to do so, because our well-worn habits, even if they're bad ones, may feel secure and safe. Nonetheless, finding ways to advance by taking an untried path can shake up stagnant ways of being and let new light into dim corners of our mind. But an inquiring attitude mixed with a little patience can help flush out sluggish, stuck mental energy and make new hopes more realistic. Recent research also shows that thinking in new ways and trying out novel possibilities actually makes us smarter by stimulating the growth of new neurons in our nervous system, while holding tightly to old ways does not. Pay attention to the parts of your body linked with your first chakra, including muscles, internal organs, bones, and skin. Tightening and relaxing your muscles and consciously sensing how you feel as you do may bring about a chance to experience and even change and improve how your body is feeling. Listening to the messages from your first chakra region, which is your groin area, lower legs and feet, and listening to those areas can help you make better decisions rather than worse ones. That's actually crazy that I brought up the idea of getting rid of things. Okay, I'm going to read this other part too. Many people spend a lot of time worrying about possible events that never happen. Not overthinking unresolved issues or being consumed with outcomes that are beyond your control can help mental equilibrium. So I was talking about the elephant in the room, right? And how people might try and ignore a problem that is very obvious to everybody. That could also be this idea of worrying so much about things that could happen or may never happen, right? As long as there's something you can do to affect your situation that you're worried about, worry all you want. Give it your very best thought. But when you're done, when you've done all you can and events are proceeding in ways that you can't influence, turn your attention elsewhere. Okay. Then when events reach a point where you can influence them again, go back to worrying and thinking for just as long as you can affect what happens. And when you can't, turn your energy to something that's enjoyable or productive. All right. So I, to an extent, agree with that advice, but I kind of think worrying is never super productive. Worrying is just anxiety about a future that hasn't happened yet, when you should be living in the present and living in the now. Okay. I think if you're worried about something, you need to go back to your values and understand which value is this situation, thing, person, whatever that's causing you worry. Which value of yours is it irritating? Because it's causing friction somewhere in your life according to one of your values. And so when you get to the root value that is being irritated or that is having some friction, then you can take action to make a change about it. But I don't think worrying really helps anybody. All right. Why did Pile 2 meet this person? Flow. Yes. Okay. This card here is really giving such beautiful free energy here, okay? And I almost wanted to change these because, as you can see, the color progression is really cute, right? But I'm not going to, because I think once you reach the state of flow, and I talked about the idea of minimalizing things to get out of stagnation. And then once you've made space in your life, that's when you can invite in flow. You can start living in the flow, and then you can start expanding spiritually. Okay. I can move these so that we don't have that little glare on them. But yeah, it's like releasing the things that aren't bringing you joy, and choosing not to worry, but instead to live according to your principles, your values, and your integrity. Creating space for flow in your life, for the flow of the beautiful things that you've chosen to remain, that do bring you joy, that do serve a special purpose in your life, according to those 4 pillars that were talked about in this card, in the challenge card. They said that the 4 points represent joy, natural pleasures, controlling passion, and blissfulness and concentration. And once you've chosen the things in your life that hit those 4, then you have the space for the flow, and you can expand. I love that. That is such a peaceful energy. And I understand now why we had to read this card so early, this expansion card so early, because again, it's this idea of like expansion for expansion's sake is not the good thing here. It's expansion upon all of the beautiful, naturally flowy, peaceful, light, juicy, gorgeous things that make up your fullest life according to your core values. And like the energy that I feel when I see this flow card and when I think about the flow and the expansion is like, when I just think about this whole little spread here, it's like so light and airy and beautiful. It's like it's really something else, actually. I think I'm gonna light some new incense, you guys, and I want you to use this as a way to manifest something. And I'm gonna use lavender because lavender is very calming. I have a baggie of lavender right here on my altar, and lavender just has like the same like calming vibes that I'm getting right now from this little spread. So whatever prayer or manifestation you want to say that goes according to this idea of this flow, I'm going to light this incense for you and give you a moment of silence to use it to pray, manifest, however you do that. All right, cool. Okay, so we're going to move on to these Ask Your Guides cards here about why did you meet this person? Pile 2, why did pile 2 meet this person? Spirit, which one are we doing? Okay. We got appreciation. So that just is making me think about learning to appreciate the things that you have and learning to appreciate your power to give as well. If you'll notice here, like, they're giving away some flowers to somebody and they're receiving some flowers, they're receiving these little stars from the divine, but learning how to appreciate not only what you have that makes your life so beautiful and worth living, whether those things are material, spiritual, relational, familial, that kind of thing, or inner peace or natural, like these flowers, natural beauty, but it's also the idea that when you can appreciate the act of giving, it becomes so much sweeter to give and to be generous and to share. Okay, and you can give without recognition, you can give with recognition, but it is also appreciating the fact that like we do live on an abundant earth. There's more than enough here for everybody, whether or not that is always true in practice because of, certain human policies that may be put into place. That is not the way of Mother Nature. The human policies that we've created, those are not the way of Mother Nature. Mother Nature is abundant, and we have to learn how to appreciate that sometimes. And we also have to learn how to mimic that sometimes. All right, Spirit, why did this person meet pile 2? Why do I keep saying that? Why did pile 2 meet this person? New beginnings. So it's interesting that in both these cards we have like these huge hands, like these giant hands. Sorry guys, I'm trying to figure out how to do this. These giant hands handing down or coming to touch, and then there's like these little stars around, right? And in pile 1, the stars were like gold stars of recognition. But here in pile 2, they feel very different. They feel like literal stars, like the universe, like, and we got expansion here too. Like the universe is ever expanding. Like there's so much out there that we're never going to know about just as mere humans. And I think this is a lot about trusting the divine and trusting that we are so much more than we'll probably ever be able to know or even fathom or understand. And stagnation is like not the way of the universe. The universe is constantly changing. Change is literally the only constant that we can be sure of in life, you know? And I think that's part of the reason why like the integrity part is so important. And maybe these stars do represent like those values and the integrity that we have. But I also think that they represent hope. They represent the things far and near that we can see and that can bring us joy. They represent this idea that like just as the universe is infinite, so are we. Maybe not in terms of the time that we have, but in terms of like the things that we can do, the possibilities that exist in our life, the choices that we have to make in life. Like there's an infinite combination of things that could happen in your life and in your day. And stagnation is like not a natural thing and not a natural way for us to operate. And so this person, I think, was brought into your life to challenge that part of you and to almost maybe force you into a place of flow and re-examination of what it is that you believe about nature and about the earth and about the universe and about maybe your spirituality, about community and about what it means to help others and what you truly want in your life and around you in your life, you know? This stagnation card is like the mandala that's on here, the kaleidoscope imagery that's on here has like this one little dot at the center. And it's making me think like that dot at the center, like that's you. And then all these things around you, it's like that's the energy that is like your aura or the people around you and the community that you build, right? And it's very beautiful to think that you can be surrounded by so much positive energy at all times. But also the fact that like you are this little dot in the middle and you're not really touching anything else means that you have the choice whether to interact with the beauty around you or not. And so maybe some of you guys were not interacting with the beauty around you. And this person might have pushed you in some way to do that, to become part of the beauty that is constantly in flow and in flux. Yeah. This card here of new beginnings, like, it always makes me think about, like, this person is, like, high-fiving with God or is being tapped to do something special. But, you know, I have a hard time recently with the idea of specialness, being special. And I do think, you know, we hear a lot of rhetoric about how, like, you know, everybody has been told that they're special and unique. And, like, those things are true. But then I also was saying at the beginning of this reading when, like, the Dig in My Grave and the Bad Things by Jace Everett, like, those two songs are different. They are unique. But they also have similar tones to them. And one made me think of the other, right? So I think that we're actually all much more similar than we want to believe that we are. And that can also be said for like us and the divine. I think we're a lot more similar to the divine than we believe that we are. So yeah, take that as you will. Take that as you will. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get our tarot cards now. I'm gonna use the Darkwood Tarot for this reading. Spirit, why did pile 2 meet the person that they're asking about? Why did pile 2 meet this person that they're asking about? What was the reason? Why did pile 2 meet this person they're asking about? And like, what are some circumstances of their situation? All right, we got 5 of Pentacles here. Sorry guys about that glare. I'm gonna have to do something to fix that. 5 of Pentacles here. Why did pile 2 meet this person, and what are some of the circumstances of their relationship? We got the Hierophant here. Interesting. So this could be a marriage with the Hierophant coming out. It doesn't have to be, but it could be. There could be some sort of contract involved. Why did pile 2 meet the person that they're asking about? 4 of Wands, that's like extra marriage energy. So this could be a spouse that you're asking about, or somebody that you would like to be married to or thought about being married to. All right, pile 2. So I had my camera die. Unfortunately, it overheated. But let's get back into it. So I was trying to figure out if this relationship, the context of it, was more positive or more negative, and I am getting a more positive vibe from here, because I really do think that this could be a ride or die situation. I'm getting that from the 5 of Pentacles here, that kind of like you and this person may support each other no matter what, or you may feel that you want to support them no matter what. I think that they make your world feel bigger. You know, you should be the one who gives your life meaning, but it's okay for your family and your friends to give your life meaning too. And I kind of am getting that vibe from here. But I'm also getting the vibe that in some respect, there was like a last straw, or the end of an era, or something like that. We have that both here with the 10 of Swords, excuse me, and the New Beginnings card here. Right? And the challenge of having to repair down or remove something after a period of stagnation. Okay, I think that the commitment that you and this person made to each other is one that still is very important to you, even if there is some aspect of it that you have to either renegotiate or let go of. And even if it maybe hasn't or won't last as long as you hoped or dreamed. All right, pile 2. So you know what? I don't know what's going on with this reading in general today, but I've just been having so many camera problems. Right after I started that reading again, the battery died. The battery got exhausted, is what the camera told me. And that feels very much like this 10 of Swords here, this 10 of Swords energy, and also this Hermit in reverse energy as well. I'm really feeling in the 5 of Pentacles too, that there may have just been something, excuse me, in this relationship that was like, there was literally no way that it could go on. There was no way for it to move forward. It was exhausting, and as much love or compassion that you may have had for this person or still have for this person, as much as you guys may feel that you're cut from the same cloth or meant to be together or whatever, whether that's romantic or something else, it just kind of feels like, yeah, like that big release just needs to happen. Even if it's just taking a moment for yourself so that you can figure out what it is that you want. And again, like with the Hermit and the Integrity card here, it's like you need some time to go up that mountain alone to find out your own values so that you can bring that back to the relationship with this person and start again, start anew. Because although you guys have the potential for such long-term happiness and stability, there's a blockage that's keeping it from being that. We have the Ten of Cups here in reverse, the Ten of Pentacles here in reverse, countered or split up by the Four of Pentacles here in reverse. And the Four of Pentacles is about, it can either be about holding on too tightly to something, or it can be about letting go. And I mean, it's really the same, different sides of the same coin. If you're holding on too tightly to something, like, you have to release your grip, right? And I'm kind of just, that message has been cropping up this whole time of like paring down. I think the relationship between the two of you, there's like this idea of stripping it down to brass tacks and bare bones and figuring out like, what is it really that brings the two of you together? Where do you guys have, like, what do you guys connect on? You know, like the bridge. What is it that bridges the two of you together? And how can you restart from that space of foundation instead of maybe, I don't want to say the word expectation. I don't think expectation is really what it is. But I just keep thinking about the elephant in the room. And I think that's going to be different for everybody, which is why I can't pinpoint exactly what it is. But this elephant that's in the room between the two of you, it's taken over the foundation of what you have. Like, if you tried to put an elephant on the bridge like this bridge right here, it would break. The bridge would break. And whatever elephant you guys have is about to break your foundation that you have together. And the foundation is strong. That's why it's here next to the Hierophant. That's why it's upright. But there could have been some backstabbing going on in this relationship. We have this here with the Ten of Swords. But I see that both of you want to make a new plan. Both of you want to start over. Both of you want that special feeling back. And I think both of you want a new journey together, okay? Both of you want to be in the flow. Two of Pentacles is about flow. It's also about flow. So we've got two cards here. Like, you guys are looking for something easier. What has been hard, has been a challenge, what has stagnated, used to be easy. And I think you guys want the ease back. So it may just mean that you have to let certain things go, whether that is like behaviors that your partner has made or has done, or certain actual material things in your home or in your life. But there's some things that, like, you can't change anybody else. People can only change themselves. And I think that maybe you should stop trying to change this other person. Or if they're the one who's trying to change you, they need to stop doing that. Because you guys do have something strong here. And I think the reason why you met them is so that you can know what it feels like to be appreciated for who you really are. And so that you can know what it means to start over, maybe in communion or in conjunction with another person. And that person is the person who you're asking about. It's like when you and that person come together and you're like, can we just start over? You know? And then you like reintroduce yourselves. You know? Okay. Let's see. What is like the subconscious part of you this person touches? Let's find out. Dog, loyalty. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm really glad that I kept these other cards here, because I was having a hard time trying to figure out like if this relationship was a positive one or not. And this just lets me know like this is positive. And then the music coming out is like, we just keep getting that message. Like I said, you guys could either both be musical, or you might like the same music, or you just could have like the same tone, like the same vibe, you know? Yeah. And the way that like music flows into each other, right? You know, the way that a DJ does. But there's a curiosity here that this dog has, like looking into this phonograph, I guess. I don't know exactly what it's called, but I think that this person gives you a sense of not only loyalty, but true curiosity that is exciting. Like it excites you to know that there's more to this life, like we were talking about with like the stars and the universe and the expansion. Like the places, it's like, oh, the places you'll go by Dr. Seuss. Like the places that you and this person could go together, the depths that you guys could reach together emotionally, or if you travel physically or wherever, however you guys want to take that, like the depths that you guys could go together are immense. They're infinite, okay? And I think that this teaches you not only how to be loyal to yourself, but how to, and to your own values and your own integrity, but how to, and what it means to be truly positively loyal to another person. Not loyal to your own detriment, but loyal in the terms of unconditional love, okay? And we're getting that unconditional love here with the Ten of Cups. But there's a blockage because I feel like there's, like I said, this idea of wanting to change somebody or wanting somebody to be something that they're not. And you have to let that go because the foundation you guys have is so much deeper than that. And so it's this acceptance of who they are at their core, which we're talking about stripping things down, going back to brass tacks, paring down. That, like, when I was talking about that earlier, I was thinking like in a really literal sense of, like I said, like the Marie Kondo thing, giving away things that don't spark joy. But I am getting now that it really is about who a person is at their core. Like when everything is stripped away, like all of the trappings of life, like social signifiers of success and money and stuff like that, like who is this person at their core? Which is why we have this Five of Pentacles here, because that is like a ride or die energy, like for richer, for poorer, right? In sickness and in health. Like the bare bones of who this person is stripped down as their character is really what the foundation that you guys have is built on. And like being loyal to that and unconditionally loving to that, I think is what this relationship touches in you, but also to yourself, and for them also to you, and experiencing what that feels like to be appreciated for who you really are. I love that. That's like, oh, that's like very, very deep. Very, very deep. All right, how can you alchemize this lesson? We've got two cards here. We've got ash. So that is, you know, what happens after something's burned away, right? After you've gone through that period of challenge with the fire, and you've burned away all of those things on the outside. I'm thinking of a couple of things, and I don't really know their relevance yet, but I guess I'll figure it out. The first thing I thought of was in Vampire Diaries, how they have like the ash of the white oak tree with, like, if you dip the silver dagger or whatever in the ash of the white oak tree, that's the only way to like kill an original, right? And the original doesn't really die. It's just as long as they have that dagger in their heart, then they won't like reanimate, or they'll die temporarily. And then the last thing I thought of was like spreading somebody's ashes. And so whether this person is still with you or not, because both of those do have to deal with death, I think that the commitment that you guys make to each other is how you alchemize this lesson here. And dog coming out is really interesting because, like, you know, I talk about my dog a lot on this channel because he's always around. But when I first got my dog, my friend said something to me that I thought was so funny, and I say it now. She said, "Your bestie for the restie," meaning like your best friend for the rest of his life, right? Because presumably I will live longer than my dog, presumably. And just knowing that like you've made a commitment to this person or this thing or this lifestyle, whatever it may be, until death is like this eternal love that you guys have for each other. And I think that you have to really alchemize the commitment aspect of it. And just, not to bring myself into this reading, but like sometimes I think about, like I like to travel, and I would love to bring my dog with me on my travels. He's very small. He's only like 6 pounds, 6.5 pounds. So it wouldn't really be that hard to bring him certain places. But, there's a lot of paperwork that goes along with like bringing animals internationally. And then like, because he is so small, he needs bathroom breaks and stuff like that. And so like, I think about how complicated it would be to travel with him. And then I think about like, well, what if I wanted to travel for an extended period of time and I wasn't able to have my mom look after him or have him put in a kennel that I know is safe or whatever, and things like that. And so then I think about like, well, what if I have to give him away in order to achieve that dream that I have? But like, I don't want to give him away. Like, I'm committed to him. Like, that's my dog, So it is like about finding another way around it and figuring out a way to unconditionally do for him what needs to be done in order for him to have his best life, and do for me what needs to be done in order for me to have my best life. But there is like a compromise here somewhere, which compromise came out in the first pile. So there could be messages for you guys in the first pile as well, possibly. I don't think so, because I think that the first pile energy was so different. But if that story about my dog resonated with you somehow, I guess somebody needed to hear it. But just the idea of like knowing that this commitment that you've made to this person that you're asking about, whether you guys are family or if it's like a romantic relationship, a marriage, or maybe it's like a work partnership that you guys are like business partners or something, like you've made that commitment until the end, whether that's the end of the business or the end of somebody's life or whatever. You just have to like accept that. You just have to alchemize it, knowing that this is until the end. Friends till the end, lovers till the end, business partners till the end, whatever it is. And I think having the World card here, like that's the end of the major arcana, like you guys can get there. You guys can get there, you can be happy, and you can be loyal to each other. And I think you just have to know that like your values are the same, or at least most of them are the same, and use that to stand on. Okay? How else can we alchemize this lesson? Mortification, mortifatio. So whenever I think about that word, it does make me think about like embarrassment, but that is not at all how it's used in this deck. I think it has to do with like being frozen or something. Let me go look in the book. Oh, okay. So yeah, this one's about death too. So I got that from the ash, but we got it here again with the mortification card. So this says decay, death, decomposition. Mortifatio is the great alchemical operation of darkness. What was once composed now decomposes. What was once presentable is now despicable. This stage cannot be avoided. The underworld has taken us into the dark interior of its belly, and here we reside until spring. Through the natural process of decay, we descend into depths we didn't know existed. And I was talking about that, like how there's more than you could have ever imagined in this relationship. Like you guys are going to expand in ways that you didn't even know was possible. And they're saying you can, like, through the decay and, like I said, the paring down of those kinds of things, you can also get into that flow and that expansion in ways that you didn't know was possible. And thinking about ash and like spreading ashes, like whenever the wind picks up the ash, like it goes further and to places that you don't even imagine that it could land, right? The alchemist soon finds mortifatio is a stage of regeneration and sacred power where the soil is fertile and rich, offering nourishment for tomorrow. The stage cannot be rushed. The darkness must have time to do its work, to dismantle and to loosen, to free us from old scripts and stories. As we learn to surrender to this great operation, the earth churns and wisdom whispers in the dark. She envelops us with grace and the promise of what's to come. So Osiris may be something you guys want to look into, the Egyptian Osiris. And this also talks about Halloween. saying Halloween is a global celebration of mortifactio in the underworld. There's freedom and expression in that. And so even though something has to decay and you have to get at the elephant in the room, there's still just so much beauty in this situation. Like, you guys are gonna end up having so much more freedom to express yourselves to the other after going through that process of identifying that elephant and attacking it, eating it one bite at a time, and going back to your original values and the foundation that you guys have to stand upon. Because I really feel like this is a person who's meant to be in your life for the long haul, and who is going to teach you, excuse me, like what true loyalty, friendship, and unconditional love actually looks like for who you are and for who they are. I love that. Okay, cool. These cards. So I don't know which way these cards were supposed to go. There is a different message for them based on if they are upright or not. So let's see, which one should I read first? I'm going to read this one first, and let's see which way should it be. I'm going to let it stay in the reverse. Let's go ahead and read from the book. So this is oh my gosh, why can't I say this? Anahata. It's hard for me to read upside down, I guess. Anahata. In the reverse, this says, this is the heart chakra. A heartbreak is holding you back from your truth, and the time has come to forgive. Your heart carries an intelligence, and when you close your heart, you're not able to operate as your full self. To follow your path, it is essential to heal the old wounds of the heart. Repeat the mantra, please forgive me, I forgive you, I thank you, I love you. Repeat these words using the names of every person who needs love, forgiveness, and gratitude. Each heartbreak carries a divine spiritual lesson, and you can hold on to the lesson while letting go of the pain. Honor the soul contract for what it taught you, and pave the way open for your heart to love again. So I did speak about contracts. Like, there's some sort of contract between you and this person, whether that's like an actual legal contract or just a soul contract, that you guys have to like see it through to the very end. And there is like that elephant in the room I was talking about is something that you need to forgive and like let go and tackle. Practice tantric eye gazing, and meditating on the heart space, and spend time in green nature. So tantric eye gazing is with another person. It really does just mean gazing into each other's eyes. Of course, blinking, you guys can make a decision on that, but I would just go ahead and look it up, tantric eye gazing, and see how you want to put that into practice into your relationship with this person, because they do say the eyes are the windows to the soul, and when you are just looking at each other and maintaining that eye contact and not speaking, it really can reveal a lot of things to you. Okay, let's go ahead and look at this card. Why did Pile 2 meet this person? Okay, we got Manipura. Which way are we gonna put it? Do I need to reverse it? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put it down this way. Manipura. All right, so this is a card of the solar plexus chakra, and it says, you have come to a place where you know exactly who you are. There we go with the integrity again. Oh my goodness. Gone are the days of confusion and blurred lines between your truth and the expectations of others. You have grounded into your essence and built the foundation, look at that, oh my God, of your empowered self. I'm going to read this part again. Gone are the days of confusion and blurred lines between your truth and the expectations of others. And I said earlier, like, I didn't want to use the word expectation, but it came back up, and it came back up for a reason. You have had to let go of many friendships and relationships that were no longer serving you to get to where you are, and it was all worth it. Now is your time to really go after what you want in life. What do you care about? What lights you up? How do you want to serve? Here with this appreciation card. Meditate on these questions and take action on what comes up. And I think another question too is like, how can you and this person serve together? Okay. What is so shared in the foundation that you have with this person that you guys can turn around and serve together and learn how to be generous together. Okay. All right, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and leave your reading here. This was like genuinely a very beautiful, beautiful pile. I'm so grateful to you. Thank you so much for letting me read for you. Don't forget to like this video and to subscribe to my channel. And I will see you in the next one. Bye. Welcome, pile 3. If you chose the Hoodoo Tarot, then that means that this reading is going to be for you. Thank you so much for stopping by. We're going to be finding out today, why did you meet this person? Let's figure it out. And for our identifiers, just to help you confirm if this is actually the reading for you, before you waste any time watching a reading that's not for you, let's go ahead and get into it. At least one of the ones that comes out should be familiar to you, significant to you, or it could have shown up in your life recently in like the last few days, even if it was just in passing, like literally in passing conversation, or you saw like an advertisement or a billboard or something like that. All right, Spirit, who's in pile 3? Who are my pile 3 peeps? Who are my pile 3 people? Who's in pile 3, Spirit? While I'm doing this, go ahead and hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. When you subscribe to my channel, it makes us more connected so that my readings can be more specific to you. All right, Spirit, who's in pile 3? Who's in pile 3 for this reading, Spirit? Anybody else in pile 3? Anybody else in pile 3? Anybody else in pile 3? Okay, cool. All right, so we have, of course, we're going to get into the cards after this, don't worry. We've got Grand Crew. That is a TV show. I want to say it's on like NBC, based in LA. It's kind of like the black version of Happy Endings. It's very funny. Bluebird, so that could be an actual bluebird, or it could be the song by Miranda Lambert, or the poem by Charles Bukowski. We've got ballet slippers, so that could be actual ballet slippers. Could also be the nail polish color ballet slippers by OPI, which is like a really pale pink. Baskin Robbins, so that could be like the ice cream store. Could also be Carol Baskins or Tony Robbins. I wrote it specifically with that in mind. We've got Signs by Snoop Dogg, Justin Timberlake, and Charlie Wilson. And I think it's kind of funny because I was just talking about billboards, and as soon as I opened up and said signs, like I thought about a billboard, so I don't know why that's coming up. Bon Iver, AUATC for Ate Up All Their Cake. That's a song. Maybe like literally eating cake. Self-date, so it could be taking yourself out on a date, or maybe you recently did, or maybe you were talking about doing it. Chateau Marmont in Hollywood, that's a hotel and a bar. Financially independent. Okay, love that. Maybe that's something that you are or have been working towards and have been making strides to become that lately. Substack, that is like a subscription writing website. Katara from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Very interesting energy going on in this pile 3. 500 Days of Summer. That is a movie. I just feel like this pile is so random. Portions for Foxes by Rilo Kiley. That's a song. Crush by Jennifer Page. That's the one where she's like, it's just a little crush, not like I faint every time we touch. Okay, This Charming Man by Stars, which is a cover of the Smiths song. And they talked about the Smiths in 500 Days of Summer, the band. So, interesting, the Smiths could be significant here somehow. Poppy Seed Bagel. Okay. You might have that could be your favorite type of bagel. Maybe you heard somebody order one, or you saw it like as a special somewhere, or maybe you ate one or something. BoJack Horseman. That is a TV show. I don't know why I don't have it underlined. I'm going to go ahead and fix that really quickly because I love grammar. Grammar is important. Okay. BoJack Horseman. Proper. We've got Nobody's Supposed to Be Here by Deborah Cox. Interesting. And I definitely feel like there's some scenes in BoJack where he's like surprised to wake up and find people in his apartment or in his house. He's like, why are you here? And the whole thing of this song with Deborah Cox, she goes like, how did you get here? Nobody's supposed to be here, right? So there's like some either like surprising energy here or like off-putting, like pushing away kind of energy going on. Painting. And then also thinking about like Katara in Avatar: The Last Airbender and how she was the one who found, she and Sokka, of course, the one who found Aang in the iceberg. It's like, how did you get here? Nobody's supposed to be here. How did you get here in this iceberg? It's interesting. Okay. Sweet Love by Anita Baker. We've got Footloose by Kenny Loggins. And finally, I have All Black Everything. So you might just like really like wearing black, or you might have been in a space where everything was black recently or something like that. And I just wanted to say, like with Crush coming out and then also with Footloose coming out here, I'm really like getting very strong Avatar vibes, The Last Airbender. Like we all know Aang had a gigantic crush on Katara. That's one thing. But then also there was that whole episode where Aang taught the Fire Nation kids like different dances and stuff, right? So, and like the Fire Nation kids were like in a town where dancing was forbidden, just like in Footloose, the movie, like dancing was forbidden in the town. So I think there's like this idea of like forbidden fun. We got ballet slippers here too. So dancing could be really relevant here somehow. And then of course with Crush as well, I have 500 Days of Summer. There was like Tom had like a huge crush on Summer, right? And did Summer return it? Not necessarily. And then kind of same thing with Aang and Katara in Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like Aang had a huge crush on Katara, and Katara was just like, there's too much going on. I can't even think about that right now. So, you know, who knows? This could be like a crush situation. It doesn't have to be. I haven't gotten any cards yet, so I literally don't know. This could also end up being like a business situation with financially independent here. There's a lot of directions this could go, but I just felt like saying those things. So I'm going to go ahead and write these down in my tarot journal, and I'll be right back. All right, pile 3. Sorry for knocking the for knocking the camera. All right, so we've got the tarot, which I'm going to live shuffle a little bit later, and I've got these oracle cards, which I am breaking up into 2 groups. So we're going to do these ones first. This is going to help us figure out why did you meet this person and kind of like what lesson or a little bit of the context that is in the relationship here. Then we're going to do the tarot. Then we will go to the Lunar Nomad Oracle, which is going to tell you what subconscious part of you this person touches or triggers or activates. And then we'll go into this alchemy deck here, which is going to tell how you can alchemize the lesson of meeting this person. And finally, we've got some guidance with the Yogic Path Oracle. So we're going to go into those a little bit later. I'm going to put these to the side. I'm also going to put this to the side for now. And we're going to start here. All right, Spirit. Why did pile 3 meet this person? I actually really feel like lighting a candle right now. And which color do I want? I'm thinking I want pink. I don't know why I want pink, but it just feels right. If you want to use this as like a manifestation candle, you're more than welcome to. Or a prayer candle, whatever it is that you want, you're absolutely welcome to. We can do like a little moment of silence. I might ring my singing bowl if I feel called to. Spirit, may everybody watching this on pile 3 be able to use this candle to manifest positive things into their life, their loves, their relationships, and their self-love as well. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and put that candle right there. And then, okie dokie. And then I'm gonna ring this for a second. Just clear the air a little bit. Just clearing the air a little bit. Okay, so we've got this card first that we're going to use from the Sacred Mysteries Oracle. Spirit, why did pile 3 meet the person on their mind that they're asking about? Cosmic consciousness. Interesting. So this person and you guys might have some sort of like telepathic connection going on. That does not have to resonate for everybody, of course. It also could have just been a relationship that kind of awakened you either to a spirituality or a higher plane of spirituality. Or it could have awakened you to the idea that like we're all one. Yeah, heavy, deep things, but also light. All right, let's see. If this does have to do with money, then I think it could have also, this relationship could have also awakened you to like the flow of commerce and economics and how money is in a constant state of flux and abundance and things like that. All right, Spirit, why did pile 3 meet this person? Leadership. Interesting. So this could be, or you could be like a spiritual leader of some kind. I think also with this dove here, this could be like this idea of a truce or peace or something like that. This person could have like helped you to find a sense of peace in your life. The number 51 or 46 could be important somewhere. Spirit, why did pile 3 meet this person? I almost kind of feel like I don't want to turn this one over yet. I feel like this card here is giving me kind of like Pied Piper vibes. How he's like playing his little flute. And Pied Piper, the story is a little bit scary if you think about it, but it's this guy who like went into a village and he played his flute, and the flute like hypnotized all of the children, and the children like followed him out of the town. I don't remember the rest of the story. I don't remember why he did that, but if it was like revenge or something like that, I really don't know. But or was it all the rats followed him out of the town? There could be 2 different versions. It could be that either the rats followed him out of the town or the children followed him out of the town. Something's going on here. I'm gonna look that up. Hold on. Okay, you guys, I was right on both counts, okay? The story is that he goes in with his flute and he lures all the rats out of the town. And when the townspeople refuse to pay him for his services, he goes back and he lures all the children out of town, okay? So yeah, I said that there could be something to do with money. I said something about a flow here as well, but like false promises, potentially, possibly in terms of leadership, but also I did get this idea of like peace and a truce and a peace offering. So there may be some like slightly bad blood between you and this person, potentially. It is also giving not like cult leader vibes, but it is also giving like this could be like a business leader or somebody who you work with or something like that, who maybe either does have good intentions or poor execution, or maybe they just genuinely do not have the best intentions. That's possible. But I'm not getting like it's fully bad. I'm not getting like, oh no, this is like a bad person with bad intentions. I'm not getting that at all. And I think even like with the Pied Piper story, it's not like he went in from the jump intending to lead all these kids out away from their parents. He went in to do a job, and then they didn't want to pay him for his job. And I'm not saying that he was right. You know, this is folklore, this is a story. Of course, it's fictional, but, you know, I think that there is an interesting idea of give and take here, and giving somebody what they're due, right? Giving credit where credit is due is coming through as well. All right, so why did Pile 3 meet this person? Balance. Okay, here we go with like, they have the heart here and the gift coming here. So giving credit where credit is due, knowing how to be reciprocal and how to balance your relationship with others, how to give in a balanced way, okay? How to take in a balanced way. They say that a hallmark of a good leader is that a good leader is a good listener and a good servant. Okay? A good leader is not one who just orders everybody around as a dictator, but they serve their people. Okay? They may just also be the person who's like the bravest, or the one who is the most enlightened, or whatever, or who has the most resources and can use those resources to help other people and lead the way in doing such. So I do think that this person probably does start out with good intentions. Whether they end up with good intentions or not is to be determined. But I'm not getting that this person started off with bad intentions, okay? But I'm also noticing that, like, the way that this card is drawn, the ladder seems to get a lot narrower as it goes towards the top. It, like, starts off really wide, then it gets really narrow as it goes to the top. So it also is making me think of this whole thing, like, you can't bring everybody with you, you know, as you're on your journey towards ascension, wherever that kind of ascension may be. It could be spiritual ascension towards this cosmic consciousness, could be ascension in your career, or just in the next step of your life. You can't bring everybody with you. And so I think that you do want to find the people who both make you feel balanced, but also, you know, there's that yin and yang, like when you give and they take, but then they give back and you take, right? And it's an equal and balanced measure, okay? Libra could be a sign here for somebody. I haven't said zodiacs in any of the other ones, but we have the scale here, so that one's pretty obvious. And the number 30, the number 36 may also have something to do with what we're talking about. I think I am going to read from the book that goes with this Sacred Mysteries Oracle for Cosmic Consciousness number 46. And it's interesting that I said like oneness, because it comes, card number 45 is oneness. This is 46 for Cosmic Consciousness. I didn't know that when I said it. All right, so this card's deity is Krishna. This is associated with the crown chakra here. And this says, Blue Lord of Love, Wisdom, and Compassion. He is one of the most popular of the Hindu deities. He's known as a humble cow herder, so like I said, a servant here, who played a celestial flute that enchanted many gopis or faithful devotees. Yet he's also considered the cosmic force of good who maintains order in the entire universe. Interesting. The transcendent state of consciousness called Nirvikalpa Samadhi is attained by some advanced Raja yogis. A different transcendent state, Satori, can result from the Zen Buddhist tradition of practice. Someone in Samadhi is usually oblivious to external events until and unless he or she returns to follow a bodhisattva path of helping others in their spiritual advancement. So again, the idea of leading others spiritually and being a servant. Someone in Satori is hypersensitive to surrounding events and may perceive much that others miss. In short, there is more than one kind of state of transcendent consciousness, and there are differences between the experiences of one practitioner and another. If the chakra deck takes you to the edge of any kind of cosmic consciousness, to go farther, you will have to jump, as Pilot Baba says, and find out what happens for yourself. So thinking about this ladder here, how like we don't see it continue to go up and up and up, I think it's like you get to the top of the ladder and you have to take that leap by yourself. It's not like this leader is going to take the leap and still be holding on to everybody else who's on the ladder, because it's not going to work. They're going to get to the top of the ladder and they're going to have to jump off by themselves. And then the next person have to get to the top of the ladder and take that leap by themselves, right? But it's about having that faith of who you're following. Becoming enlightened, reaching beyond duality to a transcendent state of cosmic consciousness, is the awakening of the mind. You or your spirit become a 1,000-petal lotus opening to the sun. With a superconscious understanding of the now, the mind of a 7th chakra person can stretch back to the distant past, reach far forward to the unknown future, and extend outward to touch the cosmos in ways most of us cannot imagine. To truly envision the spaceship perception beyond time, space, and intellect, we are told one must have the actual experience of it to comprehend its magnitude. Freedom, liberation, and illumination are keywords that point to this cosmic state that usually requires the guiding light, the guiding light right here, of someone who is there or has been there. It is said that an intense meditative discipline is the tool of choice for chiseling the mind into a chalice suitable for holding the heart of the divine. Okay, if you want to develop the ability to do this, come into a cave with me for 6 months. That's a beginning. Interesting. That's a quote. Some of the followers of seventh chakra gurus and saints have said they're always meditating. This doesn't mean they never do anything active. Rather, it can mean they have developed meditative awareness practices that they can follow even as they go about their daily lives. Interesting. Some keywords here. We have love without fear, radiating positive energy, trust in your inner knowing, liberation, being awake in the now, taking time to play music, sing, or dance with the innocence of a child. All right, so we've got some connections made already. Let's see how it goes. I also want to say this charming man came out, right? And I'm getting that very, very strongly with this idea of this leadership and this like Pied Piper situation and the playing of the music. So this person could be a musician who you're asking about. They obviously don't have to be, but I do think that this person is very charming. They know how to charm other people. So much so that other people see this person as being a leader. Okay. Yeah, interesting. And I know I said like Tony Robbins earlier. That may have, it's just making me think about him. I don't really know too much about like his personality and whether or not people think that he's charming or not, but I do know that he's been, one of the leaders in like the financial independence sphere and like self and personal development sphere for a while. So there's a lot of people who like really swear by his teachings and stuff like that. I can't say one way or the other, but just interesting. I don't know, make of that what you will. Take it if it resonates. If it doesn't, we're gonna move on. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and get the tarot now, and let's get some context for this relationship with this person and why you met them. All right, Spirit, why did pile 3 meet the person that they're asking about? Why did pile 3 meet the person that they're asking about? I'm gonna go ahead and cut the deck like this. Okay, we've got the Fool in reverse, which they're calling the free man here. Daughter of 6, that's the Knight of Wands in reverse. Are there more? Okay. I'm going to take this one, and I'm also going to take from the bottom of the deck. Mother of Baskets. Okay, so this one like wants to come in, but it also doesn't want to come. So I think I was just supposed to see it. So this is Temperance in reverse. Am I going to keep it on the table? I'm going to go ahead and put it away. All right, so this is interesting because this is a card about self-care, Mother of Baskets. And I think that there's like this impulsive, you want to be able to move forward from this person, but there's something that's holding you back. This person may have some sort of kind of hold on you that you don't appreciate. And it's just like, the parents of those kids who got led away by the Pied Piper, I'm sure did not appreciate the hold that the Pied Piper had on them, right? And I think that you're trying to move forward as a free person away from this person who you've asked about. This person could have been just a massive influence in your life. And I think you could have taken some impulsive action in order to try and get away from this person. When what you need to be doing is taking balanced action, okay? You need to either find a different leader or become your own leader of your life. And this could be, for some of you guys, it could be a mom. It could be somebody who's been like a mother figure in your life. It doesn't have to be by any means. It definitely is somebody who's been an authority figure. I get that here with this Knight of Wands, aka Daughter of 6 here in the leadership, for sure, and the cosmic consciousness. So this person has some sort of authority in your life. And I think that you need to learn how to trust your own intuition, dive deeper into the cosmic consciousness that you have, figure out what it is that you believe, especially if this was like a spiritual leadership, okay? You need to figure out your own relationship with spirituality and do some self-care on your own. It's just like the luring energy is so strong here. Like, you see she's got her hand out. She's like, come with me. Somebody wants you to come with them so bad, and like they might have taken advantage of you when you were in a vulnerable position, when maybe like you were far away from home, or like a runaway or something like that, you know. Obviously that's not going to resonate for everybody, but I think that they could have taken advantage of you or taken you in when you were in a vulnerable position. And like, that's again, not to say that this person is a bad person, because Mother of Baskets, that's the Queen of Cups, like, she's so nurturing. She's so nurturing. And like, we have this dove here, which is this animal and bird of peace. But not everything can last forever. Okay? And not every relationship is meant to last forever. And I think that there's something like seductive about what this person has offered you. And seductive does not have to mean sexual. It can be in like a nurturing way, seductive to the spirit, seductive to the soul, seductive to the mind. And it just makes you feel like you want to be around them. You want to go with them. You want to do with them, you know, the things that they're doing, and you want to follow them. Speaking of following, like, this could be a person that you don't even know. This could be a person on social media. This could be somebody that you're connected to through the internet, okay? You may like watch this person's videos or follow them on Twitter, follow them on YouTube, something like that. And I think that you have to identify your own light, okay? Because it can be very easy to be sucked into somebody else's not only like their situation, I don't want to say their situation, but somebody else's guidance, okay? And that could even go for like watching tarot readers on YouTube, you know? I firmly believe that the tarot is a tool for self-reflection, and you're rarely going to find me doing readings on this channel that are like strictly love-based readings, because I'll get into that later, but I like to use tarot as a tool for self-development. And I encourage and teach people how to read the tarot for themselves as well too. So it's not like you should just sit here and rely on what I'm saying or what any other tarot reader on YouTube is saying. But I think that the cards in and of themselves are a tool to help connect to the cosmic consciousness. And they're not something like, the person reading them is not something to be blindly believed, right? So that can literally go with anything. And I'm just applying it to this practice here as well too. But I think that you have to learn how to find balance in terms of what you give and take with this leader, okay? I'm not getting like addiction here. I'm not getting that, but I am getting compulsion. I'm getting like feeling compelled to do something, okay? Not forced, but willed, maybe is the right word. And I'm thinking about like Daughter of Sticks here, meaning the Knight of Wands. And sometimes this card is associated, I did mention authority figures, it can be associated with like police officers and stuff like that. And like, you know, a police officer may not force you to do something, but they may like will you to do it or compel you to do it, or put you in a situation where like you're going to be very uncomfortable if you don't do what they say, right? And this could also be something about excessive force here as well, since it is in the reverse. It may be somebody who doesn't know when to stop, okay? So that's why I'm saying I don't want to say addiction, but that could, and like especially since we don't have like the devil here or whatever, we did get the Temperance card. We did get the Temperance card. And temperance in some ways can mean refraining from something. Like back in the United States in like the 1910s, there was this whole thing about like the temperance movement where they banned alcohol. And so it was people who believed that alcohol was like a negative force in people's lives. And back then, to be honest, you know, from the research that I've done and from what I've heard, a lot of people would drink alcohol before and more than they drank water. And I think it was because there weren't like proper sanitary systems in place to have pure water around often. But like there was always like distilled vodka and distilled alcohol and stuff available. And so I think that like drinking was like a really big problem, and that's why the temperance movement took such hold and took shape there. So it could be like somebody who's trying to break free from a negative behavior or a place where they lose their willpower, or a situation where they lose their willpower and there's something holding them back. And it could be like your allegiance to this person or the nurturing that this person offers you. I'm kind of seeing it in two ways. It could be like that this person themselves that you're asking about is holding you back, or this person is leading you on a different path so that you can break free from the negativity and to find yourself in a cosmic consciousness state and to find the balance and find out how to like do things in moderation or whatever. And that part feels more accurate. That part feels more right, that this person has actually been helpful. Because I don't want to assign that this person is just like totally negative and bad. Like, I just don't get that. If this Mother of Baskets was in reverse, maybe I would get that, but it's not. I don't think so. I think this person has been genuinely helpful to you. And they've led you on a path towards peace and towards finding moderation and finding balance and finding what you believe in spiritually. But at a certain point, you are going to have to take that leap of faith by yourself. And like, this person's not going to be able to hold your hand anymore. There seems like there's just a lot of hand holding going on here. And I think that that's okay to have support from somebody, you know, while you're still learning. But at a certain point, you do have to rely on yourself, which is why we have the Fool here, because like that energy is blocked because you do want to rely on yourself at a certain point, but right now you're unable to. And this person is helping you to get to the point where you will be able to rely on yourself. Okay, interesting. All right, let's see. We're going to go in with the Lunar Nomad Oracle. That's going to tell me how or what like subconscious part of you this person touches, triggers, or activates. And then we'll go into the rest of the Oracle cards. I'll put these down here. All right, Tower. So in this deck, the Tower is actually like a really stable card. It's about like stability and security and home and finding a place where you feel safe and that you belong. Okay. And groups and communities and things like that with stable leaders, like that can be really helpful. And it may also be that like you found like a methodology that works for you through your association with this person. So going back to like the Tony Robbins example, I don't really know that much about his methodology, but I do know, like I said, he's very popular and a lot of people really like the methods that he uses. You know, his books are like bestsellers and stuff like that. And I'm thinking also now about like Dave Ramsey. A lot of people will like swear by his like budgeting methods, right? So I think that this is about trying to find a place that is just truly stable, where you're able to stand on your own, right? We were talking about that, where you're able to build your own tower in the design that you want, stand on your own, be safe, be secure, and also have like really good boundaries. I think that the boundaries is important here because you can't follow somebody forever. You know, you can't follow somebody forever. At a certain point, you have to become your own leader or even learn how to lead others. And so what this person is activating in you is that ability to have the stability that you're looking for. That's really beautiful. That's really sweet. All right, let's see. How are you going to alchemize this lesson? We've got 3 cards here, 3 different ways that you can alchemize this lesson. We've got Mercury here, so this is communication. Learning how to communicate properly, I think, is going to be important. Move that one down. Mercury here for communication. And then I also wanted to say something about like Mercury retrograde. So this could be like bringing back and bringing up old stuff that needs to be resolved, and maybe talking through it with your leader to try and find like balance so that you can move forward and that doesn't keep coming back up. And that's here with the Fool too, the Free Man in reverse. It's like that old stuff that's holding you back might come up again like during a Mercury retrograde, and you might have to learn how to deal with it. Okay. How can Pile 3 alchemize this lesson? All right, we got Contra Naturam, against nature. Interesting. I'm going to go ahead and read that one, but this solid block of black here in the middle is like kind of giving me the same energy as the Tower. Not only are they both really dark cards, but Like this one didn't give me that same energy, but this solid block of black is giving me the energy. It's like these solid walls. It almost makes me think of like a fortress. When I think about a fortress, I do think of it as being against nature. And obviously tower could be seen as a fortress too. But when I say like a fortress is against nature, you know, it's meant to keep things out, keep everything safe on the inside. And I guess like the ways that that shows up in nature could be like a shell, you know, like a crab has its own shell, a lobster has its own shell, maybe like a cave or something like that, right? But when we think of nature, we tend to think of like overgrowth and, you know, all the animals moving freely and seeds moving freely through the wind and stuff like that. So when I think of something being in one spot, I do think of like a mountain, but this feels just so, this square feels like so human made. I don't feel like we see squares super often in nature. You know, I know we see like natural geometry for sure, but I just don't feel like we see squares a lot. And if you know where squares are in nature, please tell me, because I would love to hear. But yeah, let's see. How else can this person alchemize this lesson from, how can pile 3 alchemize the lesson from the person they're asking about? Reddening, Iosis. Interesting. Okay, so I'm going to go into the book and I'm going to read these two together, the Contra Naturam. I'll actually read all 3 of them. Okay, let's start with Mercury here. All right, so this says signals, messages, and tricks. Interesting. Tricks definitely gives me that Pied Piper energy again. Okay, Mercury is related to the god Hermes, a psychopomp and messenger of the gods. Witty and quick, Hermes can be seen in all things winged and swift, and in the Caduceus. Okay. In the realm of Mercury, anything is possible. The energy is transfixing and seductive. Sorry guys, my camera died, but as I was saying, the energy is transfixing and seductive, which I did mention before, that there was something seductive, not necessarily like sexy seductive, but something very appealing about this person that you're asking about. And I think it has to do with like the nurturing aspect of them. Okay, so the energy is transfixing and seductive, just like the metal itself. Since this planet rules commerce and communication, it's likely there are deals, contracts, and calls being exchanged that will spin you into a whirl of mercurial wonder. And we have been talking about finances here as well. So I do think that applies. Don't rush big decisions or get caught in the mesmerizing energy. Rather, pay particular attention to the precise words that are being spoken and written. There may be a trick underway. Maybe not. No one is sure yet. And I definitely tapped into that energy before, because I was saying like, it doesn't really seem like this person has bad intentions, but it does seem like they caught you at a vulnerable time. And so we can't tell if this is like a bad type of seductive or just one that happens to be seductive, right? We don't know if there's some sort of trick happening or not. But the main point is that you're trying to find your own security, and that this person activates that want, need, and desire within you. It is said that the energy of Mercury is found in the pinky finger, and that is its ally color is green, and we got that here in the Cosmic Consciousness and also here in the Contra Naturam as well. Enjoy your time in this emerald hall of mirrors. Just don't sign your name on the dotted line until what is liquid becomes solid, until clear words are expressed by an honest tongue. Okay, so if this person is trying to get you to sign something or to be in a contract with them, like with Tower, there could be like a house involved or something like that. Or with this ladder here, it may be about trying to like sign a contract with like a corporation, because the ladder makes me think about corporate ladder. I think there is benefit to you to give things more time and to ask as many questions as you possibly can of both this person and anybody else who may be involved, so that you can gain as much clarity as possible before you actually commit to anything. Okay, let's go ahead and read the Contra Naturam. All right, so against nature, this is willfulness to force or control. Okay, so since my camera died, it's been probably like an hour or two since I was last in this reading, but I don't remember if we were talking about force. Yes, I was talking about like willpower, I think, here, and like I was saying excessive force with this Daughter of Styx here, I remember now. So it's interesting that this came up, because those are very connected here. So willfulness to force or control. On some level, we all know when we are going against nature. We recognize it in feelings of impatience and agitation that arise when trying to force certain outcomes. The Contra Naturam card arrives to remind the alchemists they cannot control the uncontrollable. Nature has its way, enveloping us in a wild narrative that we can collaborate in but not dictate. And I was talking about that earlier when I was saying, like, when we think about nature, we think about things just spreading wild and free, whether it is seeds being blown by the wind, or animals just, frolicking through nature, or grass and vines, going through, and flowers and stuff like that. And how a square, this geometry, is like very man-made feeling to me. And I'm just getting the idea of like this castle being covered by vines as nature tries to like take over it, right? Because ultimately Mother Nature is the one that has the final say. Nature has its way of enveloping us in a wild narrative that we can collaborate in but not dictate. No matter our efforts to manage every aspect of our lives, the mess ensues. Spring is soggy. The lotus requires mud. People do what they do. This card heeds a warning not to fight the flow of Mother Nature or of destiny. Once we loosen the grip of what we think life should look like, a whole new realm of possibilities awakens. Now is the time to be radically open to what nature has in store for you. And then this says to ponder what we resist persists. Okay, so this is making me think about how these cards, like we've got the hands, right, clasping, the hand holding, or the hands like reaching out here. And it says, once we loosen the grip of what we think life should look like, a whole new realm of possibilities awakens. So as I was saying, like, you will eventually have to take this leap by yourself. And it's okay to have a guide. It's okay to have somebody to nurture you while you're, getting back on your feet. But you can't force anything, and nobody can force you to go the same way that they went. You'll notice on this card here that two people are already on the ladder, but the third person down at the bottom is still on the ground. And they have a choice to walk away, or to go around, or to go up, or to, really do anything else. And I think that that could be representative of where you are in your relationship with this person. You might be inclined to follow them. You might have seen other people follow them and be successful. But you have to make your own choice. And you have to do what's right for you. And what goes with your nature, especially if what they're asking you to do or where they're trying to take you is against your own nature. This says, think of this card as trying to force a square peg into a round hole. There's likely a solution waiting for you to see it. Shake things up, dance, tell a joke, and take a break. All right, let's go ahead and do reddening as well. All right, so this says life force, kundalini, and blood. The reddening indicates a full expression of the work. Everything is alive. The heart pumps, the cells celebrate, and blood sings its way through the body. What was dormant has been awakened. What was once considered base is now noble. Aches and pains are integrated. Shadows are acknowledged and interwoven. When the reddening card appears, it signifies health, power, a climaxing of the work, a coalescing of what has been learned. The laboratory is no longer separate from the alchemist or from the work, but the three are now one. What occurs in the body is reflected in the world and vice versa. Through the process of reddening, we move out of the head and into the physical body. More specifically, we reach the heart. It is there the alchemist finds the sacred ingredients of power and kindness. This is making me think of anger. I just thought about, when they say like people seeing red, I think that even though this person has been nourishing to you, there's also some element of you that could be angry with them, especially since we do have this Knight of Wands here, Daughter of Sticks in the reverse. Like, that can also talk about like uncontrollable anger. And I don't know what it is that you're mad at them for, or that you maybe were mad at them for in the past or something like that, but I just get this feeling that maybe that was kind of part of the deal, and that's maybe why we don't really know where we stand with this person. I do think that reconnecting to physical practices, like this card was talking about dancing, could be really helpful to you, and it could bring you some vitality. But the point is to bring back that sparkle to your eye. And this says that you could read the poem The Red Wheelbarrow by William Carlos Williams. I'm also thinking about this song by this band called Chevelle called The Red, and that may have a message for you too. All right, let's get your final guidance here. Spirit, why did pile 3 meet this person? Is it supposed to be upside down? Okay, yes. All right, so this is Tejas. So that also is like the one of like the names for Texas too. So Tejas, Texas could be significant here somehow. I don't know how, but it could be. For some reason, I'm thinking about Mark Cuban. He's very well known, very rich person who's also on Shark Tank, but he's the owner of the Dallas Cowboys. Let me go ahead and get the book to read from here. All right, Tejas in the reverse. You naturally have the energy others can only dream of, but sometimes you burn yourself out in the process. Take time to rest and rejuvenate. Not every day has to be a battle. So that is this here. And I think that you have probably been so used to fighting. It's like, all my life I had to fight. Steely from The Color Purple, okay? I think that you felt that way, and this person offered you a different way. Like, this person offered you a way that you didn't have to fight so hard. And you might be a little bit mistrustful of it. And the anger that you have might not be towards this person, but it could be towards your way of life, just in general, and the way of life that maybe you had before you met this person. And you could just be mistrustful of like what it is that they're offering you, because maybe you haven't asked enough questions yet, but we'll see. Not every day has to be a battle. Yes, you are a warrior of love, but you are also a lover of light. The weight of the world does not have to rest on your shoulders, but rather can be shared with the planet. Do your part and leave the rest up to the universe. Trust that things will be taken care of by forces far greater than yourself. Surrender, surrender, surrender. So, in the terms of the mistrust that you may have when it comes to this person, or just maybe people in general, I do encourage you to try and find balance, and that you need to recognize that sometimes people are just giving freely, like out of love, just giving freely from the heart. You see here where there's like a gift and then there's a heart here, and it's like, it doesn't have to be transactional. It can just be straight up out of love, and to see you do better than you were doing before, and to see you have a better life than you were having before. I don't think that this person you're asking about is selfish. I think that they're very sweet and nurturing. Maybe that's deep down, maybe it's on the surface, but with the Mother of Baskets or Queen of Cups being here in the upright, I think that you maybe have found a person that you can learn how to trust. And with the Tower being here, thinking about both the Tower in the tarot and the Tower in this particular deck, it's like, I think your original foundation for trusting other people was probably very shaky. And I think you might have followed some of the wrong paths in the past. But this is teaching you how to rebuild trust in yourself, rebuild trust in other people, and find security both emotionally, financially, physically, artistically, whatever it may be. And that kind of feeling of security that starts with yourself and also ends with yourself, I think is worth taking a chance. But that is just my opinion, and you have free will, so do what you think is best for you. But don't try and force anything, and don't let anybody try and force anything on you either. But releasing the anger is definitely a really good place to start, as are asking questions and communicating openly and honestly as much as you can. All right, pile 3, I'm going to go ahead and leave the reading here. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for being a part of my channel. Thank you for liking this video and subscribing to my channel. And I will see you in the next one. Bye. Hi there, pile 4. Welcome to your reading. If you chose the Modern Spellcasters Tarot, then this reading is for you. Just to double check and to make sure, I am going to get some identifiers out because, you know, I like to do that. I think that it helps to confirm that this is actually your reading. So one of these identifiers at least should be familiar to you, should be significant to you somehow, should have shown up in your life recently, even if it was just in passing, like if you heard about it on the radio or saw it on a billboard or in an ad or whatever, or somebody, you overheard somebody talking about it. It could be as simple as that. And since you are asking about another person, it could also be significant to that person if it's not super significant to you. So for example, if like the person you're asking about lives in another state as you, another state than you, and that state comes out, then that is going to be a confirmation. All right. So Spirit, who's in pile 4? Who are my pile 4 people? We're asking, why did you meet this person? Who's in pile 4? Pile 4. While I'm getting these identifiers out, go ahead and hit that like button on this video and subscribe to my channel. When you subscribe, it makes us more connected so that my readings can be more specific to you. These are general readings, of course, so take what resonates and leave the rest, but they are going to be more specific for my subscribers. All right, anybody else in pile 4? Anybody else in pile 4? Anybody else? All right, cool. Alrighty, Spirit. Let's see, y'all. Who is in pile 4? I just had to put my chakra bracelet on real quick. Love it. It grounds me. All right, and offers me a lot of clarity, too. All right, we've got Avenged Sevenfold. That is a band. They do kind of like heavy metal music, I think. I actually don't really know. I don't really listen to their music, but for some reason I felt like it needed to be in the bowl. So it's been in the bowl for a while. Rooftop pool. So maybe you like went to one recently, or you have plans to go to one, or maybe there's one like at your apartment or this person's apartment or something like that. Or maybe you like saw a video or a show where people were at a rooftop pool, something like that. Carrie, so that could be somebody's name. That's meant to be the like horror movie. Sorry, I'm just thinking about Bailey Sarian. She has a hard time saying that word. Horror movie. I think it's based off of a book by Stephen King or something like that, about like a psychic girl. Teen Girl Squad. That is like a web series by the people who did Homestar Runner. The Majesties by Tiffany Sao. That's a book. It's like kind of like a mysterious, little bit of a mystery book. Excuse me. Okay, we got Honey by Kuka, the Medicine remix. That is a song. This is Sesame Chicken. All right, yum. I think I might try to go vegan, you guys. I don't know. That's neither here nor there. Brushing teeth. So maybe you like just brushed your teeth, or you might have like watched somebody brush their teeth. I don't know. You also could be having trouble brushing your teeth. I know often that's like people who are going through severe depression or anxiety or something like that. That's like kind of one of the first things that they stop doing. You also could have maybe been to the dentist recently. Ruffles. That could be the chips or the fabric, like a ruffled t-shirt or something. We got Morris Chestnut. He's an actor, very handsome actor. We got Famous Last Words. So you might have like heard somebody say that or seen that somewhere. Caribbean Queen, No More Love on the Run by Billy Ocean. That's a song. Caribbean Queen. Now we live in the same dream. Death Cab for Cutie. And our hearts will beat as one. No more love on the run. Romance novel. So maybe you read one. Death Cab for Cutie is a band, by the way. I don't know if I said that. Foundations by Kate Nash. That's a song. Fingertips are holding on to the cracks in our foundation. The Joker by Steve Miller Band. It's another song. Some people call me the space cowboy. Yeah. Gordon Parks, he's a photographer. Famous photographer. Haterade. So that could also be Gatorade because it's obviously like a play off Gatorade, but somebody might be sipping on that Haterade. Blue or blues, and that also makes me think of Blues Clues. But blues is supposed to be like the music. Blue, obviously the color blue could be like your favorite color. Our deck here is blue. Maybe there's like a lot of blue around you. You might be wearing blue today. I have a blue lava lamp on right now. You guys can't see it unfortunately, but it's right here. It's right there. Right there. Okay, anyway. Endings, Beginnings. That's a movie starring Shailene Woodley. Annoying. Oh God, I hate it when that one comes out. I'm about to take that out of the bowl, to be honest, but I haven't removed anything from the bowl yet. I only just keep putting things in, but if I do take something out, I swear that's gonna be the first one to go, because whenever it shows up, there's always just like some bullshit. Some bullshit always goes down. The Postal Service. Okay, so Death Cab for Cutie and the Postal Service have the same lead singer. His name is Ben Gibbard. Okay, it's always so random when those two come out together, and like there's so many slips in here, you guys. Like there's so many slips in here, so for them to come out together for the same reading is like a little crazy. Nice by Beyonce and Jay-Z. Jay and Bay and Jay, because I'm nice up all night. Okay, Chasing Liberty. I forgot that was even in there. That's so funny. That's that movie starring Mandy Moore where she's the president's daughter. And now I just thought about that song, My Date with the President's Daughter, which is a totally different movie starring Will Friedle from Boy Meets World. He was Eric on Boy Meets World. Satsuma, that's like a citrus fruit. We've got Location by Khalid. That's a song. And last but not least, we have Hand in My Pocket by Alanis Morissette. One hand in my pocket, the other one's throwing a peace sign. She says the other one's flicking a cigarette. All right. So yeah, I'm going to go write these down in my tarot journal. Like I said, if any of them were significant to you, or they've shown up in your life recently, or there could even be significant to the other person. So for example, like one of these songs might be the other person's favorite song, or you heard it the last time you were with them, or something like that. Then that means that this is your reading. All right, let me go write these down and I'll be right back. All right, so I pre-pulled a few cards. Of course, I have not looked at them, but we're going to kind of break these pre-pulls up into two different pieces. So this is going to be before the tarot, and this is going to be after the tarot. So before the tarot, we have the Sacred Mysteries Oracle and the Ask Your Guides Oracle that are going to help us figure out why did you meet this person. Then we're going to do the tarot cards, which I will live shuffle for you here. And then we're going to get into the Lunar Nomad Oracle that will tell us what is like the subconscious piece of you that this person has touched, triggered, activated, whatever that is. And then we'll go over how to alchemize the lesson that you're learning from this person. And finally, we'll get some guidance from the Yogic Path Oracle. So I'm going to go ahead and put these to the side. I'm going to put this tarot deck to the side for a second too. And we're going to just get it popping. Get it popping and get it started. All right, so why did pile 4 meet the person that they're asking about? Why did they meet the person they're asking about? This is crazy. I mentioned this card in the last pile. I mentioned this card in pile 3. Because I didn't know it at the time that this card and the card that came out for pile 3, which is Cosmic Consciousness, I didn't know that they were like right next to each other in sequence. So this one's 45. Cosmic Consciousness is 46, but I said that Cosmic Consciousness reminded me of oneness, and once you gain Cosmic Consciousness, you know that, we're all one. So there may be messages for you in pile 3, possibly about this person, but maybe just about another person. So you might want to go check that out if you have another person that you were asking about. Of course, use your intuition. Don't just go by what I'm saying here. But yeah, you could have messages in multiple piles, especially if you're asking about multiple people. But oneness is making me think that you and this person are probably very close. The person that you're asking about, you guys are probably very close. You have a lot of interests in common. You could be family. You don't have to be family. But yeah, this could be like your best friend. I haven't speculated in any of the other piles about who the person is that you're asking about. So I don't know why I'm doing that here, but it could also just be that this person opened you up psychically. This is a crown chakra card. You may have some sort of like telepathic or unspoken connection with this person where like you guys can know what the other is thinking or feeling without having to say anything. Okay, whether you guys are family or not, but it definitely is giving that like twin telepathy situation, you know, for sure. Yeah, okay. You can even see like the two of them have like their heads together, and it's like they're sharing thoughts here. Interesting. All right, Spirit, why did pile 4 meet this person? I almost said pile 3. Why did pile 4 meet this person? We've got deprivation. Interesting. Deprivation. Prosperity guides. This is number 34, so that could be significant somehow. And let's go ahead and get this other one before I start reading into it. Why did pile 4 meet this person? We got celebration. Joy guides, number 14. Interesting. And you know what? That's like a confusing message there. It's very, very opposite kind of thing. But I get that like twinning energy here again with these two little like baby angels that are coming here. Okay. Some of you guys could have lost somebody who's really close to you. And if that's the case, my condolences. I'm sorry for your loss. For others of you, I think that you may be going through a period of celebration with this person, and it almost maybe feels like something's being taken away from you. It reminds me, so like there's like a little like wedding scene here in the background of this card, and it almost kind of reminds me how sometimes like, you know, when your friend gets married or, you know, something like that, you might see them less often, and it can kind of feel like that the new spouse is like taking the person away from you. But obviously, you know, we encourage you not to think of it that way unless you and the new spouse maybe just don't get along, which could be the sentence here, but doesn't have to be the sentence here. But yeah, I'm wondering if you are feeling some sort of loss when it comes to this person, whether they're physically still around or not, whether they are, you know, still on this earth or not, still in your town or not, still around you or not. It feels like something, like a piece of you is missing. Like this guy, he's got like a little hole in his chest. I don't know if you guys can see that. There you go. He's got like a little hole in his chest here, and it's like he's putting it in the box. It's like you have to put something away. And I'm thinking of, there's like a quote, it might even be a Bible verse where they were like having to put away childish things or something. I don't know, but I've heard it before. And with oneness here and the celebration and the marriage thing, I'm definitely feeling like there could have been like a wedding, or there could have been just some sort of union recently, a uniting of people into one, a merger, okay? That could also be a business merger, a merger of some kind. And in doing so, one person, or maybe even a third party, maybe you watching this, just feels like something is now missing from their life as a result. Okay, take that as it resonates, and if it doesn't resonate, don't worry, there's going to be more to the reading, okay? I'm going to go ahead and get our tarot cards here. And as far as like, why did you meet this person? I think this person has like contributed very significantly to your life. And I think that you might be here to learn that growing in love is a better way to approach a feeling of loss than to give into this feeling of deprivation, okay? And knowing that, like, no matter what happens, like, nobody can take away the memories that you guys shared together, okay? Nobody can take away all the past times and the good times that you guys have shared and celebrated and just enjoyed each other together. Nobody can do that. And I know, especially like if somebody maybe like has like dementia or something like that, that could be hard to hear. And you might be like, well, that's not true. But it is true, because one person is still going to have those memories. And pictures can live forever, you know, especially if you guys hold on to them. And if you keep telling stories and telling legends and things like that, you know, it can be very powerful. If you want to do a prayer, that prayer candle that I just lit, you're more than welcome to. We can have a little moment of silence for that. Okay, great. All right, let's go ahead and get these tarot cards out. Spirit, give me a little bit of context to the relationship between Pile 4 and the person they're asking about. And also a little bit of information why they met them. Why did they meet Pile 4? I'm kind of feeling like, okay, I was going to just cut it, but I guess I'm not. I guess that's not going to happen. Spirit, give us some context, please. Thank you. All right, so we got 2 of Cups. Ooh, so yeah, definitely I'm getting like love. And also friendship, but love. Page of Cups, that could be like a child, okay? And then 9 of Pentacles. I'm just getting this feeling that somebody got left out in the cold. Like, maybe like your best friend, and this does not have to be the case for everybody, but I'm just saying. Maybe your best friend like went and got married or moved away to go be with their partner, and then they had a baby, and now you're just like alone. Just you and your pets, and you just like miss them. You just miss them a lot. But I want you to know, like, they miss you too. Even if, like, their life seems, like, really great and awesome now or whatever. They miss you too. They do. I promise. Uh-oh. I wanted to switch this out for this, like, little smaller and more aesthetically pleasing gem. They miss you too. They do. And I think also kind of, like, sometimes it's, like, that saying, like, people come into our lives for a season, a reason, or a lifetime. And whether you guys end up being in a lifetime long friendship or relationship or whatever it may be, that reason and that season that they came into your life, I think is still going to be equally special to both of you. Now, let's say another scenario where you met somebody and you formed a partnership with them. Maybe you guys want kids, maybe you don't want kids, maybe you have kids, maybe you don't have kids. I think this could also be a lot like a mourning of a loss of your independence that comes along with like being in union with somebody. So we went from, 3 people, a scenario of 3 people where somebody's best friend got married or whatever, to now we're doing a scenario where it's just 2 people. And these 2 people, they come together in a union, and there's a feeling of loss because they can't, or maybe they don't want to do everything alone together or alone anymore, but they do miss like those times when they had solitude, like maybe you moved in with somebody and now there's always somebody around and you never get a moment just to yourself, right? When you've lived alone for a long time, it can be hard to accept that there's now somebody always in your space, and missing your independence is like, that's real. Missing the time that you had to just be you, that is real. And I think it makes a lot of sense. All right, Spirit, give us some more information. Why did Pile 4 meet this person? You could have met them so that you would appreciate your alone time more, honestly. King of Swords, interesting. So King of Swords is like, the Swords court cards are like famously alone. Like they're alone a lot. They could represent widows, widowers, that kind of thing. Empress here in reverse. I'm going to go ahead and put that right there because I think she wants to be there in reverse. And she's green. She's giving very much wicked witch of the west. Wicked witch of the east? I don't know. It's either the east or the west. You guys know if you've seen The Wizard of Oz or Wicked or whatever, but I definitely think it's like it's giving me that idea of when you used to be able to like be on your own and be gross, you know, like you're by yourself, and if you want to like wipe your Cheeto fingers on your shirt, you can do that and nobody's going to think you're weird. Or you're by yourself, and if you know, don't want to do the dishes for a few days, nobody's going to get mad at you. Whatever it is, you know. And I think you might kind of just like miss that part of yourself, or that part of, if it was a friendship, that part of that friendship. And if it was a friendship, I'm thinking about how like in The Wizard of Oz, the Wicked Witch, her sister gets crushed by a house in the first scene, right? Not the very first scene, but like when Dorothy's house lands in Oz, it crushes the witch's sister. And then Dorothy takes the witch's sister's shoes and she goes off on this journey, right? So it's like there's this real feeling of loss of like a partner in crime. Whether that partner in crime was your single self, or just you and being able to do every single thing you wanted to do when you wanted to do it, or if it was genuinely like a friend, okay? And I think that you're learning how to thrive, not only survive, but thrive on your own. The two different scenarios here are so hard to navigate. I'm going to try my best to navigate them. Let's say that it's the scenario with two people where it's like you got into a relationship and you're missing your single self. I think that the person you're asking about is teaching you how to have really strong boundaries, okay? Because when you are used to being independent, you see how tall this girl's wall is that she has. It's not like so tall that you can't talk to her. It's not so tall that she can't hop over it if she wanted to, but it definitely is gonna keep people from just walking onto her land for sure, right? You have to ask permission before you hop over that wall, for sure. So I think that this is like teaching you how to exert boundaries with other people, because you may have had really strong personal boundaries when it came to yourself, but this could be teaching you how to do it with other people in the context of a relationship or the context of being a parent or something like that. If it is something to do with old people, since I did mention dementia, and also the King of Swords is like the oldest king in the deck canonically, this could be maybe drawing boundaries like with your parents or something like that. You know, often like when we're part of a family unit, family unit is one, but family consists of multiple people. So it's multiple people being treated as one. So we have oneness here, right? So it can be hard sometimes to have that sense of privacy and that sense of independence inside of a family. And I think that this person you're asking about is teaching you how to be able to draw those boundaries healthily and assertively without hurting other people's feelings. But you're not afraid to hurt you're not afraid to hurt somebody's feelings if you have to. This could also have to do something with like your mom or a mom, okay? Since we have the Empress here in reverse. All right, let's get some more cards. Let's see. Anything else for pile 4? Why did they meet the person that they're asking about, Spirit? We got 9 of Cups. 9 of Cups, and it came out kind of sideways, but I'm going to put it upright. And I am going to read it like it came out sideways, though, because I think that this person is really good for you, for your family, for your social circle, whatever the case may be, but you're undecided about that yet, or you haven't seen all the ways in which they're good for you yet, okay? It's like when, you know, a parent at a wedding is making a toast and they're like, I didn't lose a son, I gained a daughter, right? And it's like they're welcoming them, you know, into their family. And sometimes people might think it's opposite, like, you know, you marry off one of your children and then they go and now have their own family and their own life and you're not as involved anymore. But I think that this scenario is going to make you feel very involved, and you just haven't seen that yet. But I think that ultimately it will, and I think it's going to bring you a lot of joy. I think you're going to feel like you're a part of something, whereas you were like worried that you were going to lose something, lose a very important special part of you, a very important and special part of your life. And I don't think that's going to happen. And you might have been like kind of mean to somebody as a result of this situation. You could have been mean. If it's just two people, it could have been you being mean to the other person. If it's three people, it could have been mean to like you being mean to your friend's partner or whatever, right? In both of those scenarios that I named. If it is something to do with like an old person, you could have been mean to the old person or mean to like their aide or whoever, right? But I think you're going to recognize soon that this person is actually like a dream come true, and that like as a good friend to your friend, or as a good grandchild, or just as a person who cares about themselves, you're going to recognize like, why wouldn't I want the best for my friend, for my grandparent, for myself, right? Why wouldn't I want the best for them? And this person is the best for them, or is the best for me. And I think you're going to come to see that. And sometimes what feels like a loss is not a loss. It might just be making space in your life for something awesome. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, let's see what else we have here. So we're going to ask, what part of your subconscious does this person touch, trigger, or activate? All right. We got mountain. Interesting. That gives me like stubbornness for some reason. It makes me think, because mountains are like immovable. And also I'm thinking about the whole thing of like making a mountain out of a molehill. And I think that you could be, like I said earlier, like amplifying certain things that are not really that big of a deal. You might be blowing things a little bit out of proportion. And you might have a tendency to do that, possibly. I think you're also kind of recognizing that like every new opportunity could also be a new challenge. And sometimes you have to just face the mountain with bravery, okay? Two of Cups here has like this big mountain in the background. And I think that's to say that like no relationship comes without its challenges, especially if you want a strong relationship that can stand the test of time. And I think also the mountains, like they are weathered by, you know, water and wind and snow and the elements, but they do also stand the test of time. And I think that this person is exposing in you a worry about whether or not your independence or your friendship with this person, or, you know, yourself, your body, your mind can stand the test of time, especially if it is something to do with like a grandparent who might suffer from something like dementia or something. You know, those kinds of things can be hereditary, and it can bring up a lot of like really scary thoughts about like, well, you know, what if I don't remember my life? Or what if I, you know, do all these things and I learn all this knowledge and then I grow up and I'm not able to remember it, and I can't stand the test of time like I thought I was going to? Or what if my old age isn't what I imagined it to be, or whatever, right? There are so many different scenarios that could be taking place here. These are just kind of like the three options that I've grabbed onto. But I think that just gives us more reason to celebrate life while we can, to cherish people while we can, to do the hard things while we can, and to love on those people who are around us while we can, which is like the Page of Cups here is like learning how to give more love. You might have been somebody who was a little bit withholding in the past with the Empress here in reverse. And recognizing that we are all one is a big pathway to learning how to give and receive love, especially learning how to give love without feeling like you lost something by giving love away. All right? There's a song that I'm thinking of right now called Give Your Love. Who's that song by? Hold on, let me go look it up. It's by Da Break. D-A space B-R-E-A-K. I'll put it in the description box. But they're like, give your love, eh? Everybody give your love away. There's more. I don't remember how the rest of it goes, but there's also a song I'm thinking of called Spread Love by Gold somebody. Spread Love. Gold Room. Spread Love by Gold Room is the other song that I'm thinking of. And I think that the reason why this person came into your life, and maybe why this situation came into your life, is for you to recognize that loving another person doesn't always have to end in loss, doesn't always have to feel like you're losing part of yourself or losing anything really, because we're all one. So when you give love to somebody else, you're also giving it back to yourself and giving it to everybody. Love is beautiful. It's meant to be shared. Okay. And with this mountain, I think that you're learning about how those kinds of things, like things that are weathered, things that are exposed to the elements, things that are tested and can still stand, are often the things that end up really sustaining us in the long run emotionally too. And sometimes, like I said, doing the hard thing can be good. All right, what else? Stars. Number 16. So we got number 16 and 21 here. There's this big old octopus on here. And I want to say, again, another plug for pile 3. There was a slip that came out in pile 3 by this band called Stars. And it was a cover of This Charming Man by the Smiths. So there could be a message for you, perhaps, in pile 3, maybe. I don't know. But it just made me think of that because I just filmed it. So this image here, I know there's not a skull in it, but like the way that these are arranged make me think of like a skull down here for some reason too. And so I think you might be thinking a lot about like death or the end of something, how infinite and how finite the world is, maybe how small you are or how big you are, how important you are to somebody or something, or how important somebody is to you. And I feel like a little sense of fear here with this card. And it just goes with this idea of deprivation, of like this loss. And you might be wondering, like, when you're looking back on your life, when you're old, when you're like 80 or whatever, you know, are all those times that you had going to mean anything? Are those memories that you had, are they going to be as bright? Are they going to be as fun? Are they going to be as important to you then as they are now? And there's no way of telling that. You know, we can't tell that, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't make them now. I think somebody once told me, just like a random person that I met at a bar, they were like, whenever I meet somebody, they start with an A in my book. And, you know, I watch them, I observe them, I listen to them, and they can lose points, but like I'm not going to give somebody an F right off the bat. And I kind of am wondering if there's somebody in this situation. It doesn't have to be specifically the person that you're asking about, but it could be a peripheral person. It could be the person you're asking about, but it could be a peripheral person who you've given an F right off the bat. An F could also be like F you, right off the bat. And I think that you might want to reevaluate your policy on that a little bit. You might want to reevaluate your policy on that a little bit, because when you're old, and maybe even like when you're on your own deathbed or whatever, you know, you don't want to sit around regretting things. You don't want to sit around regretting things, and you don't want to feel like you lost something that could have been yours to lose. Like, it could have been easy to hold on to, and yet the way that you behaved is what made you lose it, you know? Because that would be sad. I was watching a video earlier today. This doctor on YouTube, he does like a podcast. I'm trying to remember what his name is. I don't remember. And he had this guest on, and they were talking about like the 5 things that people regret on their deathbed. And they were saying like they regretted working too much, and sorry, I'm trying to go find the video. So it was Dr. Rangan Chatterjee, and he had Bonnie Ware on his podcast, and they were talking about how people regretted not living their authentic lives. They regretted not spending enough time with their friends. They regretted working too much, and there were a couple of other things that I'm not remembering right now. But I don't want you to regret having damaged this relationship for reasons that are not necessarily the best. And I'm not here to judge you, you know. I think that Loneliness is a hell of a drug. It's very powerful, but also being self-sufficient is also a hell of a drug, and it's also very powerful. So it's like kind of like two ends of the spectrum here. And don't build your walls up so high that you can't let anybody new in, because there could be a whole bunch of really deserving people out there who would add to your life in a really great and significant way. Okay, let's see. How can you alchemize this lesson? Spirit, why did Pile 4 meet this person, and how can they alchemize this lesson? Neptunus. Interesting. So this is number 9 here. I'm going to go ahead and read straight from the book. I know Neptune is like a dreamy kind of energy, and we did get that here with the 9 of Cups, like dream person, the most ideal person for the job, right? And that could just be the message. Like, you have to recognize that this person is either like the best person for you, the best person for your friend, the best person for whoever the other party is that you're talking about. And that can help you alchemize the lesson. And like, why wouldn't you want them or yourself to have the best? Like I said before, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you want them to have the best? Wouldn't you want yourself to have the best? And if not, why not? You need to go and examine that. Why not? All right, let's see. Neptune. All right, so we got divinity, mysticism, and seeking. Neptune is the mystic's planet. Its transcendent energy projects towards the heavens. When the Neptune card appears, the seeker archetype is activated and doorways to new dimensions open. A voice whispers from beyond the earthly plane, perhaps calling you to a pilgrimage or new spiritual practice, or you may experience a meditative bliss beyond your wildest dreams. Divinity has arrived, whether you call it nirvana, samadhi, enlightenment, or just good old serenity. Amidst your spiritual awakening, remember that ultimately the work is not about you. With oneness here, it's not about you. The work is about what's bigger than you. Stay grounded in that reality, and you're likely to avoid Neptune's pitfalls of narcissism and escapism. History shows us examples of spirituality turn madness, so keep your woo-woo tendencies in balance with a little selfless service. So this is saying forgiveness as medicine. All right, yeah, I think there might be somebody that you need to forgive. Whether that forgiveness is to yourself for maybe not acting in your best light, or this other person for whatever perceived slight that you have, that you think that they did against you. Okay, let's get our guidance. So Spirit, why did Pile 4 meet this person? How do I want to do this? Okay. We got Vishuddha, and I'm going to keep it here in the reverse. Am I going to keep it in reverse? Yes, okay. Let's go ahead and read from the book. This is from the Yogic Path Oracle. Is there something that you need to say, but you can't muster up the courage to say it? That could be the forgiveness that you need to give, right? Have you been waiting to get to a specific point to begin sharing your truth, but every day that moment feels further and further away? And I also think that like maybe every day this person, or if it was your independence, right, feels further and further away. And I was talking about that with the stars, how like it kind of feels like they're so far away. You know, stars, they travel, the light from a star travels millions and millions of light years before it hits our eyes, and it can make things feel like it's very, very far away and just like overwhelming sometimes. Sorry if you guys can hear my dog, he's eating. He eats very loudly. Okay, let me tell you something. That moment is now. It is time for you to begin expressing the divinity that exists inside of your soul through the gifts the universe has blessed you with. Whether it's through words, movement, food, art, or music, it's time to express yourself and let your truth echo. Okay, so I want to go back to this idea of oneness here. I think that when we are super close with someone and we have that kind of oneness with them, they can tell when something is wrong. They can tell when you're not being as honest as you could be. They can tell maybe even what you're really thinking. And I think that you're doing both yourself and the other person or people involved in this situation a disservice if you're not being fully forward with them. There's so much blue in this spread. We've got blue here, 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 and here. And blues came out as one of our slips, didn't it? I believe it did. I believe that it did. If I can find it. Yep, here it is, right here. So I think that there's like some sadness going on, but I think you also need to do a little bit of work on your throat chakra. And I think you need to acknowledge the things that are making you sad, whether that's a loss of independence, a loss of memory, a loss of friends, just an overwhelming feeling of sadness about the future. You could be sad for somebody else. Whatever this feeling of loss is, I think that you recognize that like life is cyclical. It goes around in a cycle. And what was once will be no more. This too shall pass, and a new thing will come in. But it's all in the cycle in service of love, right? I really want you guys to go listen to that song, Give Your Love by Da Break. And then also, if you haven't heard this song before, the Caribbean Queen song, No More Love on the Run by Billy Ocean, that like really perfectly encapsulates this idea of oneness. He says, Caribbean Queen, now we're living the same dream, right? And our hearts will beat as one. Beat as one. No more love on the run. So you have to stop running away from whatever this is, this feeling of loss is. And I think you need to confront it, confront yourself, confront whoever else may be involved here. But like living the same dream here, right? And then also thinking of like, let's say that it was like your friend or your twin or somebody who, you know, got into a new partnership and now you might feel a little bit left out. Like, isn't it your dream? I just keep going back to this, and like that's how you alchemize this. Like, isn't it your dream? It's the same, you guys share the same dream, that you will both find amazing people to share your lives with and to expand the love that you're both experiencing. So it's the same dream, even if there is some sadness or some jealousy or just this feeling of being alone or a loss of independence or a loss of a really close connection, whatever it may be, a loss of the memories that you guys once had. The same dream is here. You guys share the same dream. So I'm sorry if you're going through this, but I do think it's going to turn out for the best if you can speak your truth, be honest about how you feel, and maybe even do a little bit of journaling as to why you have such a negative outlook on this situation. Okay? All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and leave the reading there. Thank you so much for taking the time to watch this video. I hope that it helped. Thank you for liking and for subscribing to my channel. I so appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hey there, pile 5, the last pile of the video. I always am so excited when I do like a whole bunch of piles, because I just know that means that their messages are always going to be so different. All of the messages have been like extremely different so far, so I'm excited to see what pile 5 holds. Thank you so much for being here with me. We're going to find out, why did you meet this person who's on your mind? Okay, so as always, we're going to get some identifiers just to make sure and confirm that this reading is in fact for you, pile 5, the viewer watching this. So the way that this works is, whatever comes out of this bowl, at least one of them should be familiar to you, significant to you somehow, could have shown up in passing in your recent life, like within the past couple of days to a week. Or, since this is a reading that asks about another person, it could also be something significant to that person. So for example, an example that I gave in the last pile was like, at least I think it was the last pile, was that if there is a state or something that comes out of this bowl, and like you don't live in that state, but the other person maybe like lives there or used to live there or something, and you know that, then that could also be a confirmation for you that this is the right pile. All right, so Spirit, pile 5. Who's in pile 5? Who are our pile 5 people? While I'm doing this, go ahead and hit that like button and also subscribe to my channel so that my readings can connect with you a little bit more and get a little bit more specific to you and your situation. 'Cause that's what happens for my subscribers. We're more connected and I get to read their energy a little bit better. All right, anybody else in pile 5, Spirit? Anybody else in pile 5? Any other pile 5ers? Okay, cool. All right. This is actually quite a few. I think that this might be more than most of the other piles. So this might be like our most popular pile. Piano, maybe you just got a piano. Maybe you play the piano. Like I said, maybe the other person plays the piano, something like that. Gabrielle Union, she's an actress. Very famous. Bring It On just came to mind. That was one of the movies she was in. Give Me Something Real by Ashford and Simpson. We've got Breakfast at Tiffany's. That's a movie starring Audrey Hepburn. I've got Anthony Kiedis and Remy Wolf. So that's kind of like a double whammy. They're both musicians, but Remy Wolf has a song called Anthony Kiedis. So could be either one. Anthony Kiedis is the lead singer for the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Remy Wolf is a solo artist. She's getting very well known now. She's got like 3.3 million monthly listeners on Spotify. So if you don't know her, you might like her music. Go check her out. Chemical Hearts, the movie starring Lily, I want to say Reinhold is her name. It might be on Netflix. It could be on Amazon. I don't know. Breaking Free, Zac Efron and Vanessa Hudgens, High School Musical. I recently remembered the other day that Zac Efron is actually not singing on that track, but I'm not going to change this. So I'm just going to start saying Breaking Free. Well, Zac Efron, like you might have seen him recently in something, so that could still count. So I am going to just say Zac Efron. Sorry, guys. I just had to work through that on my own for a second. Ring. Ring could be a literal ring, like maybe you have a ring that you really love, maybe the other person like gave you a ring as a gift, you might have just bought a new ring or something, but it also makes me think of Ring doorbell. Like the surveillance doorbell. The Gambler by Kenny Rogers, that's a song. All About Love by Bell Hooks, that's a book. Toni Morrison, speaking of books, that's an author. She actually also has a book, but it just called Love. Just the title is just called Love. A Fine Romance by Judith Sills, PhD. That's another book. Why do we have 3, like... That's so weird. That's very strange. I don't know what that's about, but okay, whatever. Diamond. So that... We got Diamond and we got Ring, so there could be like an engagement in the house. Gemstone, and then also there was Diamond from Love is Blind Season 1. I wrote on there. Piano also is making me think of this bar in New York called Pianos. Or it could just be like a piano bar, just in general. But okay. Company by Drake featuring Travis Scott. I've got Waterbenders. And you know what is so funny? I was opening this up and I saw just like the ERS. And for some reason I thought Barkers, which was like Travis Barker and I guess Kourtney Kardashian Barker. I don't know why I thought about that, but I just did. It just came up. Justin Timberlake. He's a musician and an actor, famously from NSYNC. Counting Crows. That's a band. We've got Mexico City. Okay. DF. Drew Barrymore by SZA. So you know what? This is actually the second time that this has happened, where both this and this slip came out together in a reading. And to me that's significant because they're both songs named after famous people. So like Remy Wolf has a song named Anthony Kiedis. SZA has this song named Drew Barrymore. Okay? And I'm going to take a quick look in my tarot journal. See, this is why I use a tarot journal, because everything's connected. But I'm going to take a quick look and see if I can find the reading where that came out in the past, because you guys might want to go check it out. Okay, so the reading where this pair came out, Drew Barrymore, SZA, Anthony Kiedis, Remy Wolf, was called How Do They Feel About You? And it was pile 3. It was pile 3 where the picture on the card was dust. So you may want to go look at that. It could be about the same person. So right now you're asking like, why did you meet them? That other reading is how do they feel about you? And it could have some messages for you over there. I don't know. Possibly. All right, we've got Randall Park. He's an actor. He was the dad on Fresh Off the Boat. And he was also in Always Be My Maybe. Burn by Usher. That's a song. An R&B song by the very famous Usher Raymond. Black Hole Sun by Soundgarden. That's another song. We've got Monaco. Okay, Monaco, fancy. And then we have the number 23. So that could be like somebody's 23 years old. I mentioned Barker's earlier. Travis Barker is a member of Blink-182, and they have a song called What's My Age Again, where he goes, well, not Travis, but the singer. He's like, nobody likes you when you're 23. So that came up to me. So that song's called What's Your Age Again by Blink-182. Then there's also another song called 23 by Miley Cyrus, and Mike Will Made It. And then also like Michael Jordan's number is 23. So Jordans could have something to do with this, or just Michael Jordan or the Bulls in general. Bulls also makes me think of Taurus. All right, Hidden Figures. That's a movie, an amazing movie about the women of NASA who helped land us on the moon. Then we've got Key Tattoo. And then we have Doctor by Remy Wolf. Oh my gosh, double Remy Wolf in here. So yeah, if you haven't listened to Remy Wolf yet, go listen to Remy Wolf. Love her. All right, guys, I'm going to go write these down in my tarot journal, and I'll be right back. All right, Pile 5, we're back, and we're going to be doing this in a few different parts. So part 1, I'm going to use these cards here to give us some information. These are oracle cards. Why you met this person. So this is from the Sacred Mysteries Chakra Oracle, and this is from Ask Your Guides. And then we're going to get into the tarot, which I will live shuffle for you. Then we're going to get into a little bit more with what part of your subconscious does this person trigger, touch, or activate from the Lunar Nomad Oracle. We'll get how to alchemize the lesson that you're supposed to learn from them with this alchemy card. And finally, we will get some guidance here from the Yogic Path Oracle. So I'm going to go ahead and put these off to the side. And I'm going to put this one away for now. We'll get back on that in a second. And we're going to get to these ones. We'll get started here. I'm going to put these ones over here. So, Spirit, why did Pile 5 meet this person? All right, we've got intuition. Ooh, so you may intuitively already know why you met this person, or you may have had like a special feeling when you met them, and that could have intuitively told you something about your relationship with this person and what it was going to be like. You also just might have had a fat crush on this person. That may not resonate for everybody because you may not be asking about like a romantic person, but if you are, you might have just had like a fat crush on them from the beginning. I definitely am getting like this could be a love reading because we had like Diamond Ring, we had those 3 books about love, we had Give Me Something Real and Sweet Love and stuff like that, right? But that's not to say that like just because all those love things came out that it is an easy relationship that we have here, because we did also have like Breakfast at Tiffany's. That was not an easy relationship. We've got Burn by Usher. That was not an easy relationship. He talks about making a lot of mistakes in love. We've got Drew Barrymore by SZA, where she talks about how, you know, it's hard enough to let you treat me like this, lonely enough to let you treat me like this, right? So there definitely could be some issues here, even if you did have like some sort of feeling about this person at the beginning, okay? So I don't think that everything in love is like all rainbows and butterflies, or everything in a relationship just in general, even if it's a friendship, is all rainbows and butterflies. So, yeah, okay. Why did Pile 5 meet this person? I keep doing that. Why did Pile 5 meet this person? All right, we've got acceptance. Interesting. So this to me is, I think, learning how to accept a circumstance, okay? Sometimes, like, there are things beyond your control that you cannot do anything about. And so you kind of just have to accept that it is what it is, and you have to move on. You have to make a decision about how you're going to act accordingly. And you have to, stick by that. You have to accept how things are going to go. I also want to mention in Doctor by Remy Wolf, she's like, I don't want to be your doctor, right? Like, I'm not going to sit here and try and heal you. I'm not going to try and fix you. I'm not going to try and do all those things. Now I'm thinking about Fix You by Coldplay, which is very much like the opposite energy. Okay? You may want to try and fix this person, but I think that ultimately trying to do that is not going to work. Why did Pile 5 meet this person? Emotions. No, that's frustration. That's Miguel. I don't remember what song that is. I'm gonna have to think about it. But there may be some messages in there too. It'll come back to me. Emotions, that's also Destiny's Child too. Sorry you guys, I'm just like a music freak, so music always is like coming to me. I think that you also have to accept that like you may have emotions for this person even if the relationship is not the best, or if there's been a lot of negative things that have happened in this relationship. You might just have to accept like emotions come and they go. They take time. Sometimes they pass. Sometimes they can stay for a long time. Sometimes you have to learn how to sit with them. This relationship could be teaching you how to feel your feelings, especially if you've been in a state for a long time where you couldn't identify how you felt about certain things, or if you like shut your emotions off. This relationship that you're in here, and again, it doesn't have to be romantic, it's just any interaction or connection with a person, you can label it a relationship, could be teaching you how to open into yourself so you can feel your feelings again and identify those emotions and accept that you are a feeling being, okay? You have feelings. I'm also thinking Counting Crows right now, Accidentally in Love. So you might really like not want anything to do with this person, but you might just like have really strong feelings for them, and you kind of have to just accept that sometimes. Also in that movie Chemical Hearts that came out, I just want to start getting these. I like was leaving them on the side. This movie Chemical Hearts, not to spoil the movie, but like one of the characters, the main characters, experienced a horrific tragedy where their romantic partner died. Okay, and I think that as a result they like shut off their emotions. They didn't want to feel anything, which is also reminding me of that movie Along for the Ride on Netflix too. And they shut off their emotions. They didn't want to feel anything, and then like when A Chance at Love came around again, it was very hard for them to accept love from another person. Okay, so either way that may that could resonate with you. But let's see, why did Pile 5 meet this person? Let's do this one first. Purpose. Interesting. So you may be learning how to walk in your purpose, or how to find your purpose again. Definitely getting like follow the yellow brick road type of energy, which is weird because I was talking about the Wizard of Oz in the last pile kind of a lot. But you might be learning how to follow your purpose again, and it may be that coming into contact with this person made you realize that you hadn't been following your intuition when it comes to your purpose, and in doing so you are now creating a new plan. In both of these cards here, we've got this yellow kind of like beaming out from the center. And yellow is one of the colors for the solar plexus chakra, and solar plexus can be about planning and self-esteem and having the confidence in yourself to go after your dreams. And I think that that's here, and not only go after your dreams, but follow your heart. We've got a lot of green here for the heart chakra too. So I think that this could be teaching you how to follow your heart, even if you do have to do it alone. And it maybe doesn't have that much to do with this person. This person could have, been a catalyst for that in some ways. Or it may be that you meet them on, down the road on those things. I think, what song was I just listening to? From What's My Age Again? I was listening to that song because I mentioned it. And he says like, so many years ahead to fall in love. And that really struck me because it's like, maybe it's not the right time. Maybe like something with you and this person, you might have met them a really long time ago, and like I said, you had like some sort of intuitive feeling or something like that, or maybe you met them recently and it's just it's like things you're not going how you want them to, and you might be asking like, why did I meet them? Because I have all these feelings, here and nothing's happening. It might be that there's something, you know, supposed to happen in the future. I don't like to do love readings for this reason, because I just feel like people tend to hold out hope for something rather than living in the now and like going towards what's best for them now, whether that's a relationship or just self-development or whatever. And so I don't like to do love readings, because it's like, don't you have anything better to worry about? Not even to worry about, but don't you have anything better to do? Don't you have some like way that you could go be like leveling up right now? You know, you could be doing something and learning something instead of like wondering. And I'm not saying this is not to be mean to you. I'm literally like just thinking off the top of my head. And I've been there. Trust me, I've been there. I've been that person who was watching tarot videos or doing tarot on myself and wondering like, this person, you know, why aren't we together? Why blah, 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 right? And when I look back on that, like I think about myself whenever I was doing that, and I'm like, I could have used that time to do something else. Instead of like wondering so much about this other person, I could have used that time to focus on myself. And I ultimately think tarot is a tool for self-development. And I love using tarot for that reason. And that's why you probably won't see me doing like a ton of love readings on this channel, because I just think that there's more that we could be doing with our time. So that's not to say that you shouldn't watch this reading. Like if you want to know why you met this person, then sure, go ahead and keep watching. But I'm not going to say like you guys might be together in the future, because I just don't feel like that's responsible, and you guys might not be together in the future. And I'm trying to be, you know, an ethical and responsible reader here. And I feel like sometimes people and sometimes tarot readers and stuff like that, they can give people not like a sense of false hope, but I think it can just be irresponsible to say stuff like that. I'm just going to leave it at that. Anyway, rant over. Rant over. But I do think that this person is trying to be a catalyst, or is meant to be a catalyst to get you to accept your emotions, to feel your feelings again, and like learn how to walk in your purpose. Because if you're not feeling your feelings, then that means your heart's not open, and that means that you don't know what your heart wants. And that doesn't have anything to do with anybody else, but it has to do with your desires for your life. And if you don't know what your heart wants, then how could you possibly be walking in your purpose? And I do believe that everything happens for a reason, and that like there's so much out there that's bigger than us, and we go through things for a reason. We go through ups and downs and trials and tribulations for a reason. And so you might still be in the right place at the right time, even if you don't feel like you're walking in your purpose, but eventually you will find your way back to that path of purpose. And I'm thinking now about that movie, Jeff Who Lives at Home, starring Jason Segel. And he plays kind of like this slacker. You know, he lives with his parents, and he's watching TV one day and he gets a phone call, and the phone call is like a wrong number, but it asks for somebody, I guess, like very specific or something like that. And he goes around, you know, like about his day, doing the things that he normally does in his little like slacker life or whatever. And he starts asking people like, do you know so-and-so? Like the person whose name was said on the phone. Like, do you know so-and-so? Blah, 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 this, that, and the other. And like all these synchronicities just line up, and he ends up saving somebody's life. And even though he like doesn't have, I guess, what most people would think of as like a really meaningful day-to-day existence, like he's not out here, you know, fighting for civil rights or whatever, he was still in the right place at the right time where the universe wanted him to be, so that he could recognize this person, recognize that they needed help, and help them. Okay, so all of that to say that you need to start watching for the signs and synchronicities and listening to your intuition. Because Jeff Who Lives at Home, that character, he was like very, very in touch with his intuition. He knew that even though that was like a weird phone call, he knew it happened on purpose. Even though the phone call was not for him, he knew it was for him. So yeah, okay. We're gonna move on. Why did this person enter your life? Why did this person enter pile five's life? All right, I got imagination, inner child here. So yeah, I think that they entered your life so that you could start like thinking about not only what you wanted to be as a child, but also how you kind of like imagined your life to be as a child. And when we're little, we like really imagine like this perfect life for ourselves where everything is going to go right. And we're going to get everything we want, you know? I think that they awakened that in you again. And even especially if you've been in a place where, like I said, you had shut off your emotions or something bad happened to you and you didn't feel like you were ever going to get to that place where you could have everything you wanted in life. I think that you met this person as a way to recognize like maybe it is possible that I could have everything that I wanted. And even if it's not with this particular person, maybe they just showed you what it felt like. And now that you know that that feeling exists, you can like go out there and look for it again or find it again on that path to your purpose. It could also be that like maybe you're meant to have a child with this person. I'm thinking now again about the Barkers, Travis Barker and Kourtney Kardashian Barker. And Kourtney and Scott, I am not like a big Kardashian person, but everything I know about them is like against my will. I'm one of those people. But I do know that Kourtney and Scott never got married, even though they have several kids together. And now Kourtney is married to Travis, and like, you know, she had her dream wedding in Italy, and like all the things that she probably imagined for herself when she was little came true. And now they're having a baby and all this other stuff. And so you really just like never know. And she's a little bit older. She's like in her 40s. Not that that's old, but you know, she may not have ever she may have been wondering like, am I ever going to get married? And then she finds this guy and they get married. Travis was married once before, I believe. And, you know, maybe he didn't know if he was ever going to get married and find love again. And I think that there's like this element of like just hope here. I think that this person gives you hope somehow, whether it's with them or with somebody else. There's this element of hope here, and it's really, really, it's like lovely. It's cute though. Cute is the word that I want to use. All right. Why did pile 5 meet this person? Suffering. Oh, yeah. I think this is like, you see how there's these two people, robed people, giving this star to this person who looks like they just finished like running a marathon in the background. It's a little hard to see. Let me move it closer. Yes, there's this person here suffering in the foreground, but like there's success here a little ways off. So it's like a little farther down the path, there's some success. Even if there's a little bit of upset right now, you will be rewarded eventually. There's going to be some sort of success coming to you later on. And it does look like a little 6 here. Can you guys see that? I don't know. It looks like there's like a little 6 in this person's chest. I don't know if you guys can see that, but it's like a little spiral, but it also looks like a 6. So that could be 6 months, 6 years, the month of June, something like that. I don't know. It could be anything. Numbers that have come up, we got 40, 23, 13, 38, 7, and 23. We've had 23 3 times because it came out here in our slips too. So, okay. Yes, I'm very strongly getting what's my age again. Nobody likes you when you're 23, that line. I don't know why all of a sudden I now just need to talk about the Barkers so much, but it's crazy that came to me. Okay, you know, like, you really just have to trust your intuition. Like, that I think is the lesson here, because when I pulled out that waterbenders slip, and I told you guys, for some reason, like, when it was folded up like this, I just saw the ERS and, like, was like, Barkers. It has literally nothing to do with the Barkers. Nothing. But it turns out that it was, like, a really good lesson for me to use to illustrate my point here. So I think you just have to trust your intuition, even when it doesn't make sense, even when it's just an inkling, okay? You really have to trust your intuition. And I'm not saying that to tell you to be delusional, okay? I don't believe in twin flames. I don't believe in things like that, okay? You guys can call me cynical if you want, but I do think that that's one of those things that, like, puts people in a position to suffer in a relationship that does not serve them for the sake of, like, true love and thinking that this person is going to come around to them in the end. And I don't really think that that's the case here, okay? You might want to call this person your twin flame or whatever. I'm not going to say that. I don't really think that that's healthy, but it could be that you just, you had a feeling about them. That might be something, and I'm just going to leave it at that, and we'll move on. And if I need to come back and say something else, then I will. Why did pile 5 meet this person? Discipline, 33. So we went from 23 to 33. So there could have been like a 10-year time period that passes between you and this person, or like a period of 10 months, 10 days, something like that. Since you last heard from them, I don't know, something like that. But 23 to 33 is why I'm saying that. Discipline, I think when you are going towards your purpose, you have to do it with discipline. And I think that this person is here to teach you also that you need to be disciplined on your own before you can successfully move forward with whatever this is. And like whatever relationship it is that you want to build with them, I think you have to find discipline on your own, on yourself, to move out of this place of suffering. And it can take a really concerted effort to get out of a place of suffering, because suffering is a mental state. Okay? There are people all over the world who have terrible, terrible things happen to them, terrible living conditions, all kinds of bad stuff, but they're not all just suffering. Some of them are living in joy. Some of them are living in love. Some of them are, having the best day of their life right now as you're watching this. And I think it takes mental discipline to move past a place of suffering. And I think that this person can teach you that. Even if it's just like their presence in your life, or just meeting them, even if they're not in your life right now, can teach you that. And I just keep going back to this idea that you could have everything that you ever imagined. And I think also saying no to the things that you don't want, that's a part of discipline, right? Like bringing up Kourtney Kardashian Barker again. I don't know, if Scott ever asked her to marry him or whatever. I don't know about any of that. But just with the example of like knowing that even if you're, tied to somebody, if they're not treating you the way that you want to be treated, if they're not exemplifying all of the traits that you want in a partner, you don't have to be with them. You can say no to the things that don't fit your ideal. You have that power. And it does take discipline sometimes to do that, because especially if we are suffering and we think we're never going to get anything better, you might be inclined to say yes to things that don't serve you. But it takes discipline to say no if it's not on your path of purpose, okay? It takes discipline to say no to like a job that you don't want. It takes discipline, especially if you need it. It takes discipline to say no to people in your life who are used to you saying yes, especially with acceptance here. You might be like a yes person, a people pleaser. And I think you might have to learn how to do some discipline to get out of that. So this person may also be a catalyst to you to stop people pleasing. That's highly possible. All right, guys, let's get the tarot out to get some context to this relationship and some more insight as to why did you meet them. I'm gonna light a little incense for us. You can use this if you want as like a little manifestation or prayer incense. Spirit, may all the people of Pile 5 find their purpose to the best of their ability and for the highest good of all. Thank you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and put this over here. Okie dokie, let's continue. All right. Spirit, why did Pile 5 meet this person that they're asking about, and what is like some of the context of the relationship here? Okay. Ooh. Ace of Cups in reverse. Interesting. So you may not have a relationship with this person right now. You may not even be talking to them right now. They could have rejected you. You could have been rejected by them, or you could have rejected them. Ace of Cups in reverse is also needing to talking about self-love. So needing to spend some time with yourself. Spend some time loving on yourself. Self-love does take discipline, because especially when it comes to people-pleasing, you might be so used to just doing things for other people that it's hard for you to say no to them. and to give your cup to yourself instead of giving your cup to another person. We've also got the Eight of Pentacles here. This is like perfectionism, okay? Eight of Pentacles can also talk about working on your, can also talk about working on your craft. But this means in the reverse, like handling all of the heavy lifting, all by yourself. And this person could have been somebody who made you do that. Made you do all the hard things by yourself. And like you might have thought that they were going to help, and maybe they didn't help. Maybe you asked them for help and they didn't come to your aid when you needed them to. And I kind of think that you thought things would be different when you first met them, and they weren't. And maybe that's why you're here asking about it. We'll see. All right, Spirit, why did pile 5 meet this person? We've got the Two of Wands here. That just makes me think of like picking up the pieces. The Knight of Pentacles in reverse, the Queen of Swords in reverse, and the Nine of Wands in reverse. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know if you're in communication with this person right now. It kind of seems like things have come to a stop. Even if you guys are in communication, it could be that you're like at an impasse and it kind of feels like things aren't going anywhere. Two of Wands talks about like needing to make a choice about what direction you're going to go. Okay. I think that this is also about swallowing a bitter pill. And the reason why I say that is because it's like he's picking up like these onions on the ground, and onions can be sweet, but they can also be like, bitter. They can also have like a weird, strange taste to them that is not everybody's favorite. Not everybody loves onions. So this may be like a bitter pill that you need to swallow. I am thinking right now about Holes, that book by Louis Sacker, also turned into a movie starring Shia LaBeouf, and there was a whole plot point that had to do with onions, like canned onions and stuff. And the onions in that book helped these two boys like make it up a mountain when they were literally about to die. Like literally about to die. And it gave them like the hydration and the sustenance that they needed in order to make it over. And I'm kind of thinking that like you swallowing this bitter pill, that you need to just take some time to love yourself and to work on yourself, even if it does mean doing the heavy lifting and going back to a place that you didn't think you wanted to go. That could be literal, but also going back to like an emotional place that you didn't want to go, feeling those feelings that you didn't want to feel, feeling the feelings that you shut down, so that you can go back and like really re-examine them and actually feel them so that you can move forward. There's a, I don't know if I guess it's a quote. I don't know. I don't remember where I got this from, but I just remember from somewhere that they were saying like, if you're having a problem writing something now, then like, let's say you're writing a book and you get stuck at a plot point and like, you just can't figure out where to go from there. Then it's like the problem came before. The problem didn't come now that you don't know where to go. You need to go look back in the previous chapter or go look back even at the beginning or whatever and look back there, because that's really where your issue is. And so once you go back and you iron that out, then things will flow a lot smoother and you'll be able to move forward towards the end and make it over that hump, get over the mountain. Okay, I think you need to go back and look at these emotions that could have actually even nothing to do with this person. It might have been emotions from like a time of suffering, a period of suffering before you even met them or before you interacted with them or whatever, that you were shutting down, that you didn't want to feel. And you have to go and you have to fix your relationship with those emotions through self-care, self-love, self-examination. You have to do some reflection here, okay? And that is probably going to suck. It's probably going to be really bad. But until you do that, you're going to stay stuck. And you might even stay stuck on this person. Or this person could end up moving forward without you. Or it could even be that like you take such a long time to get past whatever these old emotions are, these stuck emotions are, that it is 10 years down the line or 6 years down the line or whatever before you and this person are able to come together if that's something that you want. Okay? This Queen of Swords here in the reverse, she is single not by choice. And that doesn't mean that you're single watching this video right now. Okay? What I'm saying is that she is alone, she is in pain, she does not want to feel that way. She could be overly critical. She could be overly cruel. Okay? She could be really quick to cut people off. And we have this 9 of Wands here, and it just makes me... Alright, sorry pile 5. My camera died. I don't know what that's about, but it said battery exhausted when I tried to turn it back on, so I had to switch the battery out. And I kind of actually feel like it was symbolic that that happened, because with this Ace of Cups in reverse, I kind of feel like you're exhausted in whatever arena this is, especially if it is love, and you have to kind of take some time to recharge yourself and do that little work. It might be hard to do the recharging, okay? Like I said, this Queen of Swords, she's not alone because she wants to be alone. Maybe like to an extent you do, but I also think that you are in the habit of pushing other people away and being very, very guarded. Definitely have your guard up with this 9 of Wands here. That's what that's all about. You know, you're shielded, you're cloaked. You don't want to let people... You might desperately want people to see the real you. And it could be pushing other people away, or you could maybe not want anybody to see the real you. Or it just might be that people don't know who you really are, and you're lonely. Meanwhile, you're like carrying a torch for somebody else. You might be out here doing things in service of other people instead of in service of yourself, when you need to be focused on yourself. That goes along with the people pleasing again. This Knight of Pentacles here is heavily armored. Heavily armored. We have this person here with this mask on, and it's just giving protection. It's giving facade. It's giving, you know, I'm not going to let anybody close enough to hurt me, right? Meanwhile, you are already hurt. You're already hurt. You might even be hurting yourself. And if that's the case, I really want you to stop and get some help. Okay. I think all humans understand what it does mean to suffer, but I think that if you try and get really like back in touch with your inner child, which this person may have reminded you of, like I said, then you can try and do what the inner child would want for yourself. And I think that's a really healing way to move forward. It's like thinking about what it is that my inner child wanted my life to look like, or how did my inner child feel at their best moments, and how can I get back there? You might want to like change the background of your phone or whatever to a picture of you as a kid, and then just like look at yourself or make promises to yourself or something. Like, know that what you're doing now today is the future version of that little person. And like, do you want them to be proud of you? Would they be proud of you? I'm sure they would have compassion for you regardless. I know they would, but sometimes it takes discipline to get out of that place of feeling some really icky, bad things. And I think that this person has reminded you that there is positivity, even if they did hurt you, even if you have been hurt by this situation. I think it felt good at one point, even if it didn't turn out the way that you wanted it to. I think it did feel good at one point, and it showed you that you could feel good again in the future, whether it's with this person or not. So yeah, let's get the rest of these cards out. What part of the subconscious did this person touch, activate, trigger in pile 5? Coffin, number 8. Interesting stuff. So coffin obviously makes you think of death. It makes you think of the end of life and the afterlife, and what happens to us when we're gone. Now I'm thinking of that Michelle Branch song where she's like, where do you go when you're gone? I don't remember what song that is. I'm having a hard time today, you guys. Maybe it's because it's pile 5. I don't know. But I think that this has you thinking a lot about time and how much time has passed, maybe since your childhood, or maybe since you met this person, or since you felt anything, right? You could also be feeling like dead inside. That might be what this coffin is about here too. And I think that they're making you reassess your relationship with time, making you reassess your relationship with what life is even about with this purpose here, okay? You might just really be thinking like, is this all there is, right? I've been hearing that a lot lately. I don't know why. I kind of just feel like you might be wondering, is that all there is for me? And I'm going to tell you no. Your imagination is like too vibrant, or it was too vibrant for that to be the case. And I think that you are awakening out of that like dead-end feeling that you once had because of this person. So whether it lasts with this person or not, whether you're talking to them or not, or whatever, they have subconsciously sparked in you a will to live, okay? A will to live, which is beautiful. How do you alchemize this lesson from this person? Raven's head, caput corvi, which is very interesting because we've got this bird right here. You guys see it? This bird right here? And then this bird right here. Two birds. Interesting. So I'm getting like Edgar Allan Poe vibes. Okay. Annabelle Lee might be interesting. Of course, the Raven could be interesting. In the Raven, wasn't he like, he was hearing this Raven and it was like making him freak out. Let's go look and see what the Raven is about real quick. All right, so if you're familiar with the Edgar Allan Poe poem, The Raven, it's about this narrator, this guy, that's just this person, but who is sitting in their room and they're like reading this like old lore, this old fable, and this raven flies in and he starts asking the Raven questions, and the Raven only just keeps saying nevermore. And the narrator is asking questions about like, will I be reunited with my lost love? Will I see them in heaven? Blah, blah, blah. And the Raven just keeps saying nevermore, nevermore. And it is depressing for the narrator. They get very upset. They try and tell the Raven to leave, but at the end of the day, they are just like forced to sit there with the Raven and with their feelings about their lost love. And they have to just like work through them. And they're the constant, like this reminder of what they were asking, and the lost love is there with them. And I think that that might be what you're going through right now, or something similar, of like remembering the pain that you went through in the past, not wanting to feel it, being upset and suffering when you do get answers about it. But you have to recognize that like you can't take, your answers from a Raven. This guy can't take his answer from a Raven who only says nevermore. He's going to have to sit there and do his own thinking for himself and do his own self-care. Okay? And I think that's kind of where you are. But I'm going to read from the book. I'm going to read from the book on this one. All right. So for the Raven's Head, we have initiation, the ordeal, and the work begins. There we go. The work begins. What was I saying here about having to do all this heavy lifting and trying to find your purpose? The work begins. Although alchemy is filled with a myriad of open-ended symbols, the Raven's Head has a precise message. It arrives to mark the beginning of the work. This card indicates something has occurred, known or unknown, to initiate the spinning of the alchemical wheel. With its mighty churning, things are about to change on every level. Okay, so you know what I'm thinking about now? I'm thinking about Demon Slayer, and how they have like ravens, or are they crows? These black birds are like always following the Demon Slayers around, and they're like delivering messages, and the main character, he like sees them, and it kind of like signals to him like something new, like a new adventure is about to begin, or like a new mission is about to begin. Okay, interesting. And he's like totally dedicated to this work, and it is born out of his suffering because the demons like killed his whole family except for his sister Nezuko, right? And they turned her into a demon, so she's kind of dead. But it all began out of suffering, but now he is like walking in his purpose of being that demon slayer. Okay. The raven's work cannot be undone, just as the pill cannot be unswallowed or the pearl turned back to sand. So, like, Nezuko is never going to be turned back into a human, but the work that our main guy, whose name I'm forgetting right now, that he's done, like, he's cut out for it. He's ready to take on the work. He's ready to do it, even though he has to train harder than he's ever trained in his life, and he gets hurt physically, mentally. You know, he does it because he feels like it's his purpose and what he's meant to do. You may be overwhelmed or think the journey ahead is not for you. Your doubts matter not to the raven, as its appearance signifies it has chosen you. You are ready, and the moment is now. Can you go back to the way things were? Can you pretend nothing has changed? The raven caws a clear no. Nevermore, right? It does not apologize, as it knows your destiny is great. As you step into the work, travel light. There is no need for additional baggage, literally or metaphorically. Everything you need awaits within the alchemical laboratory. So I'm thinking of, like I mentioned, holes, and I said, like, these two boys, Stanley and Zero, they're going up this mountain, and, like, they have no food, no nothing, but they end up finding these onions that literally saved their lives. So, like, they were traveling light, they had nothing with them, except eventually, like, the treasure. And everything that they needed came to them on this journey. So you may think you need more than you actually do, and the things will come to you. You just have to trust and learn how to trust yourself again, too. Trust your own intuition. Yeah, you guys, this is heavy stuff. This says the raven with its trickster spirit has many symbolic interpretations. It's also linked to the Hierophant card in the tarot, so be on the lookout for a new teacher or mentor. We did get master teacher here as well. Divine teachers, master teacher again. So this person definitely came to teach you a lesson. One of you, both of you could be a teacher in general as well, if, like, that's your profession. Obviously it doesn't have to be, but I just kind of feel like there's not only a tough pill to swallow here, and once you've swallowed it, you can't unswallow it, okay? But a decision needs to be made as to whether you're going to take the road that's hard but worth it, or you're going to keep your head in the sand and keep people-pleasing everybody forever, and keep your walls up and never love again, or never connect with other people again on a, like, deep and meaningful level. Because you have a choice, and it's like, use it or lose it. You know, if you don't use your social skills, you lose them. I think we all kind of learned that during COVID, where a lot of people just got really awkward and anxious after the quarantine or during the quarantine, and they had a hard time meeting people, and, like, loneliness is now at, like, an all-time high. And I think that you need to go back into the more painful places of your psyche, the more painful emotions that you experienced, the hurt feelings that you got from relationships, whether it was a relationship with this person or somebody else, so that you can figure out how to fix what needs to be fixed moving forward. And so you can connect with other people, and maybe connect with this person, even if that's down the line. You can't fix anybody else, but you can fix yourself, right? So I mentioned before Doctor by Remy Wolf, which came out, and then it made me think of Coldplay Fix You, right? Remy Wolf says, like, I don't want to be your doctor, so you're not here to fix another person, but fix you. They say when you try your best but you don't succeed, when you get what you want but not what you need, when you love someone but it goes to waste. There's a whole bunch of different things in there, and I'm thinking that those are the things you need to fix in yourself. All of those hurts and those pains that are, like, listed in the song Fix You, those are the things you need to fix in yourself. Wow. Pile 5. I feel for you, but not in a way of, like, pity. I don't pity you, because I think you're strong enough to get there. And I think that whatever dream that you had for yourself as a child, like your perfect life that you imagined, I think you can get it. I think you have the discipline that it takes to get there. I think you have the knowledge it takes to get there. I think you just don't want to And you may want to feel the feelings. You may have started feeling the feelings. It may be that like when you met this person, they opened up that ability for you to feel your feelings again. But you might just be scared to go deep. And you need to go deep. And it's not an easy thing to do. So that's why I say I feel for you. But you can do it. All right, pile 5. So I made a little mistake. You're obviously going to see it in the video because I already put away the tarot cards and so I can't get them back out. I shuffled the deck already, so it is what it is. But I had closed the video already and I forgot to give you guys your guidance with this last card here from the Yogic Path. So let's get your guidance, okay? We got Sahasrara. I wish I could say this better. I apologize for butchering that. Sahasrara. All right, this is your crown chakra energy. You may have noticed intuitive rushes of creative wisdom. There we go. Intuition channeling through you, lighting up your every cell. That is called a download, and it is a message from the divine selected to come to you because you have the potential to birth it on this planet. These downloads occur when the crown chakra is open, which may only be a few seconds, but is enough to illuminate a path that you never knew possible. Here we go with that path for the purpose, Master Teacher. Find what brings you to these channeling states and bring yourself there as much as possible. Whether it's through meditation, walking in nature, singing, or writing, the absence of the mind allows the genius of the divine. Those intuitive hits chose you. Now it's your time to birth them to life. Okay, I'm actually going to read the reverse as well because I just kind of feel like I should. Have you been feeling lost and creatively blocked, as if everyone else knows what they're doing but you can't even choose the next step? This is because your crown chakra has been blocked. You must realize that you are always tapped into universal energy. It is your free-thinking mind that often overrides this innate wisdom and makes you lose sight of your own. So that's like the people-pleasing that I was talking about. Can cause you to do things that are against your better judgment or against you and your self-love, but you're doing it to please other people. The universe is sending you messages through pebbles that later turn into boulders. It's time for you to plug back into the universe you came from with this inner child here that I was talking about, plugging into those dreams that you had when you were a child and the things that made you happy as a child. Take a social media break and use that time to be in silence. Become mindful of all that you do and let go of all unnecessary possessions, beliefs, and relationships. That was talking about traveling light, right? Let it go of all the unnecessary things, including relationships and emotions. Study your ancestors and learn from your mistakes. That's what the hard work that we were talking about is, learning from your mistakes. Follow your curiosities and have faith in the future. This will pave the path back to the divine. That's literally this picture, the path paved towards the divine. All right, guys. My apologies that I had put the tarot cards away. You're going to see them again in just a second. So, yes, I did some little editing magic there. But, yes, thank you. And, yeah. All right, Pile 5, I'm going to leave this reading here. Thank you for liking this video. Thank you for watching this video. And thank you for subscribing to my channel. If you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button. And I will see you guys on the flip side in the next one, whatever that may be. Bye.